Oh, what's up, guy? What's up, Arvik? Good morning. Huh? Oh, good morning. Hearing report, page 5. Is it over now? What do you mean? Oh, shit. Almost forgot to go back. Baby. Oh, man. Broken bottle? Broken bottle? Glass bottle. Go turn in our byproducts. I wish we get the 24-hour farming soon. Yo, what's up, Dev? Sir the Dev. Good morning. Video going into maintenance mode now? What's that? That's just people yapping. That's what that is. People been doing that for years. And they will continue. Yeah. I don't know how many times I've said that too. Just let us edit it, right? For the people who don't want it, for the people who do want it. That's the perfect UI to do it. Ooh, almost 12 contribution. What is that fucking site again? Something Grumpy Green? I really need to bookmark it. What is the website that you use for workers? Anybody remember? Workerman, that's right. Worker man. Okay. Okay, we'll try starting here. Oh shit, maybe I should get my workers working. Why are they not working? Or do I legit have that node but don't have anybody working on it? Oh, what the fuck? Okay, let's go up a little bit. I don't have this node. Wait, what? Oh, there's a node up here I don't have? Do I have forest? Why is this fucker not working? Oh, this is a lot of contribution. Oh, maybe not. Need more workers in Sangrain. I think we need 2 giants. Think we get 2 artisans, chat? 2 artisan giants? $17 of 20? I mean, you're almost there. You gotta do 3 more clicks, then you jump. Okie dokie was just a bit surprised. Yeah, people are always panicking. About every game, right? If they're not getting the patches that they want, they feel like it's on maintenance mode. I haven't seen Pearl Abyss slowing down at all, so I personally don't feel like it's on maintenance mode. Oh man. And I look at you, and the world's all right with me. Finally, I can see a song like this. Of course, you can. What? Oh yeah. Okay, maybe I'll just take professionals. I don't really have a lot of energy. We'll take some professional giants and level them up. Leveling them up it seems pretty reasonable. You're gonna give me an artisan goblin and an artisan fucking giant back to back? What the fuck? Okay, we got the workers squared out. We got 3 more workers working with all the contribution we picked up on our little gathering arc. I am going to go grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, chat, wake up. What are you guys doing? Now let's go make trillions of silver. Oh, I should have cleaned my glasses. Fuck. I'm gonna go back upstairs and clean my glasses. Okay, we're back. I wonder how I didn't even remember her. Or maybe I go wizard mode today. Where's my old wizard hat at? Oh, that's right. I got 2 wizard hats, eh? Yeah. His hat is so comically large. I fucking love it. I don't know. Let's go take a peek here in a minute. Can't remember what this hat looks like when it's dyed black. Let's take a look. The Corgi dropped. Top 100 didn't go up a whole lot. 1913 now. Curvy back at 1. Choosy. So we got 2. We got 2. Justin getting up there. I mean, Hunter's doing pretty good. I mean, Hunter's number one. Maybe it's the meta. I know the meta in EU is a bit different, right? Let's see. Are we seeing more mystics, orcs, sages? I don't know if I like this outfit black with this hat. I think if I'm gonna go that hat, I gotta go like purple. Just saying though, I mean, I said this at the beginning, if they keep nerfing stamina on these classes, then it won't feel so bad, right? Because it's all about the proportionality. Your stamina only feels bad if everybody else's stamina feels good. But if everybody else ends up getting brought to a similar baseline stam-wise, with obviously some variation does make sense, but we've been seeing like nothing but stamina nerfs on lots of classes. Lon just got more stamina nerfs. I think Kuno just got some stam nerfs last week, I think. Yeah, that was weak bait, John. Weak bait. Weak bait. You just came back to the game, Moose? Oh, hell yeah. Well, welcome back. Aside from open world PvP, this game is in the best state it's ever been. Like, it's hard to make an argument that any other part of this game is worse than it used to be. I should ask Biceptimus how many bosses he's doing. Yeah, I saw they added like a little wyvern pet. It's crazy how quickly they're just knocking out patches for that game. Game of the year? I mean, the year's not only half over. But if they... there's some stiff competition. They're like... I don't know if there's another game this year yet that is competing with it. Aeon 2 Global, the next video killer. Hell yes! I can't wait to be free. Please, please don't fail this time. Please, please kill BDO. We will all be free, that's right. We'll all walk out of our houses, the sun will be shining, the birds will be chirping. We'll be like, whoa, holy shit, what happened? Where'd that decade go? What the fuck? It'll be like a fever dream. Where were you when BDO was killed? Yeah. In front of my PC. Yeah, I like this Adani event a lot. Wow. Wait, what is that emote? What is that emote? Why do I not remember that emote? Land of the Morning Light nodes for flowers and veg worth the silver, or just meh? Have you ever heard of Worker Man? Let me know. There is a website. Yeah. There is a website called Worker Man. Apparently you know about it. That, like, you start from the top of the list. Those are your most valuable nodes. And you just go down getting workers on it, right? And, yeah, eventually, those nodes that you're talking about, I have them. But I also have a fuckload of contributions. So I'm pretty far down the list. Early on, probably not worth it. This is the Crimson Flame outfit with the Magoria, Outlaws of Magoria bandana and the Silent Knight thingamabob. Yeah. You know what I think is kind of foul? On Global Lab, they increased the max price on a bunch of shit, which is exactly what I was talking about like 3 days ago. But I feel like they should have done that like before they gave us the new freaking treasure item, because there's a lot of that stuff where I could have sold it for higher. Like I sold all my fucking wolf blood for max price. Actually, I don't know if wolf blood is going up, but I imagine it's part of that list. Like, why wouldn't they ship that patch out at the same time? You're almost 450 contribution points at the moment. Got the whole map to best fit me. I got loads of work as a Land of the Morning Light not doing shit. Yeah, there are some good nodes in Land of the Morning Light. I'm not a super like great life skiller. I just follow that website and trust that they're doing their job. That's all I do. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I used to rock this outfit when in full white. That shit was actually sick. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. White, black, and gold. There we go. Save dye presets. We need just a whole fucking wardrobe feature, man. For the love of God. Let us dump all of our costumes into a wardrobe. Let us add presets and stuff so we can quickly change to different combinations and... The crazy thing is they could also use that to try to push sales with costumes, right? Because they can make it so you could browse not only through what you have, but what you don't have, and you could look through, right? Like you could have a setup where like maybe you don't have a pair of gloves that matches it very well. So now in that wardrobe function, you can go through all the different pairs of gloves you don't have, and it'll tell you that you don't have it, but it'll let you like look at it in the wardrobe and like dye it in the wardrobe. So you could actually find something you like and you're like, ooh, okay. And then you can press purchase and then all of a sudden it's added, fully dyed and everything, right? I'm glad we got what type of monsters they are now without Google. Now we know what bosses we killed next to my... Oh, yeah. You're talking about this thing, right? Plus, you know when your rifts are about to pop. Speaking of which, my rifts are popping tomorrow. Like, they've definitely done some good quality of life in the game. Yeah, you can see their HP, so you know when to swap on your own. You're not relying on other people. I still think that they should allow the option to just teleport there on your main, and as soon as the boss dies, there's like a recall button that allows you to TP back. I think if people didn't have to swap to an ult and get ult set up everywhere, if you could just TP there on your main for a boss, like everybody would go on their mains. The bosses would die a lot quicker. Submitted to the paper shredder. I mean the feedback forums. You started BDO in 2022, but I've seen since Crimson Desert came out, we're finally we getting fire updates. Yeah, they've been doing all right. They've been doing all right. I'm really curious for the Hideout Ball being 2 months away. I don't know why. I feel like this ball is going to be just an absolute banger. I hope they don't let me down. I always try to make sure I manage my expectations, because managing disappointment is always about managing expectations, right? But I don't know, this ball... I've been setting myself up for disappointment, but I hope I don't. Yeah. I saw that this morning. I don't know if there's a link. Can we like pin a link to download the latest update for it? So people who come in here who can't type in chat and ask what's up, so they can actually just click it. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody could type out one of the mods, just type out, if you can't chat right now, it's a 7TV bug. Click this link to reinstall the app with the 7TV with the latest update or something to fix it. And then pin that to the top of chat. Maybe I'll even put something on screen too. I was gonna put a chat command, but then I realized they can't type in chat anyways. They can't use the command. And if they can type in chat, then they don't need it. Okay, let's see. Add text.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do?
Again, just give me a second, let me know. If you can't type in chat, update your 7TV extension. Pinned at top of chat. Huh? Why is it not letting me copy those filters? Wait, why can't I copy filters? The fuck? What the fuck is wrong with my OBS right now? Okay, maybe that's kind of hard to read if I make it small. Oh, it's...
One button more, write it on your chest.
There. One button more, write it on your chest. Yeah. Wow, we're in a nerf meta. Hey, there's a lot of classes that need to be addressed at the bottom. This is exactly what I've been asking for fucking years. Every patch, nerf a little bit at the top, buff a little bit at the bottom. This is exactly how I want them to be changing the game. It's gonna take time, but they will get a... It's gonna take time before the game feels more balanced, because there's obviously a lot that needs to be done. But I feel like this is so much better than just fucking bricking classes. And if they keep nerfing stamina on other classes, I might not feel so bad about the Sage changes, right? Stamina just feels fucking miserable when every single other class, no matter how shitty they're playing, always runs you out of stamina. They end up addressing a lot of these classes' stamina and bring us a lot more closer to parity. Or party. Not parody. Not parody with a D. But you know what I mean. Then, yeah, it won't feel so bad. I did see that, Captain. Basically just hide on top of things. Oh yeah, you wanted to know how many mobs I killed. Sorry. I am at 26 million. No. No, I agree. The bigger problem is with Sage is it doesn't have neutral, or like it's super heavy stam and has no neutral. You're bricked looking at that beard? Thank you. Or not. Soon to be mustache, yeah. Gotta get the wife down here to negotiate with you guys. She'll probably decide what is enough, and then put up a dono go for it. Why would you cut it? Just something chat wants, right? Chat wants to actually see me with like an Omni-Man mustache. I don't think they realize I ain't gonna look like Omni-Man. First demo of the day. How's my drop rate doing? We're capped. VR model till it grows back. Yeah, that'd be scummy. I don't, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind a mustache. I haven't seen myself with a mustache since I was like 20. And I had a mustache for a very brief period of time. Wife wasn't crazy about it, but I cut it. And admittedly, I probably didn't do a great job. So I figure if I get her involved, and you guys negotiate with her, and then I get her to trim it. How was Global Labs? More nerfs at the top, more buffs at the bottom, exactly how I want them to be balancing the game. I don't want them overdoing it with classes. Just do a little bit here, a little bit there, you know? They nerfed Awaken Kuno? Yeah, I think I saw Awaken Kuno nerfs in there. Right? I think they changed something to a forward guard. And I can't remember everything else they changed. But yeah, Kuno and Lon were in there. Everybody can agree both those classes need some nerfs. There's something mystic wise in there too. Yeah. Oh, some classes have crazy lingers on their protections, and it allows them to get crazy amounts of stamina back, right? There's some classes where the lingers, in my opinion, are too long. I think Guardian, I think their lingers make sense, because Guardian, because of how slow she is, Awakened Guardian specifically, because of how slow she is, I think she needs lingers, because you have to be super calculated, right? A lot of people think, oh, Guardian's lower APM, that must mean she's easier. In a PvP situation, yeah, it's easier to not fuck up what you want to press, but when you do fuck up, if you press the wrong ability at the wrong time, your opponent has a massive opportunity to punish it, right? Where classes who are higher APM, right, obviously there's more opportunities to fuck up. But if you fuck up, the window for them to punish you for it is a lot smaller, and it's quicker for you to correct, right? Till you can correct. So, like, Awakened Guardian has to be a lot more calculated on what it's doing. Otherwise, it'll just get fucking punished like crazy. So giving it the lingers to just, you know, I think makes sense with it. You feel you need more Sage nerfs? Well, the thing about Sage is they're not nerfing it properly, right? Sage 100% needed to be nerfed, but the things that actually made people mad about it, people weren't mad about Sage back in early 2025 because it felt like a fair class to fight against. Sure, it was hard to catch. Sure, it could do good combo damage, but it wasn't killing you standing. It didn't have unlimited stamina, and you know, it wasn't CCing you through your forward guards, right? It felt a lot more fun to fight against. But then they did all those things that I just mentioned, and it just made it feel like complete fucking bullshit. Not to mention it benefited from everybody else being nerfed, right? They nerfed slows like across the board, but they didn't nerf shock slows. And Awakening Sage, you know, it basically will keep a shock slow on you the whole time. So it went from being one of the worst slows to being the best slow. And because Sage had at one point 6 different ways to apply it, it was always on you. And unfortunately, we're still in the same problem with Awakening Sage, right? Is Awakening Sage will like, while it has stamina, it'll still just absolutely fucking blitz you with damage. And you're just like, what the fuck am I fighting? But then it's just like super gassed out, which is like really unfun for the person playing it because you have no neutral like a lot of other classes have. We have one super armor ability on a 10-second cooldown to try to get stamina back, and that's it. Otherwise, we're S-blocking. Or we're throwing out forward guards we're locked into, right? Yeah, the slow on Chain Lightning was so dumb. It was so dumb. I don't know in what world they think, oh, we're removing the pain damage from Chain Lightning, so we need to compensate it. Let's get rid of the pain damage and put the shock slow on it instead. That was the same patch when they added the forward guard to it, too. Good thing they eventually got rid of that. I think they should have just got rid of shock slows to begin with, right? I think we wouldn't be in the situation we were in if they actually nerfed Spearbolt, Aftershock, Judgment's damage. Because those are all the movement abilities. And the reason why they do so much damage, like they don't look like they do crazy damage at face value. But when you consider how he's moving with it, a lot of those attacks he's getting back attacks with, right? And that's why those abilities just fucking chunk. If they would have nerfed the damage on those abilities, if they would have removed the shock slows, if they would have not given the knockback on Impaling Flash and instead put like either a protection or a CC somewhere else, like people would have not been so upset with the fighting Awakening Sages. Would have felt more fair. Yo, what's up, Lakody? Yeah, I think a lot of people are having that issue right now, so I figured having it pinned at the top of the chat, as well as having it on screen. I'm not sure what happened. I'm guessing Twitch made some change that's not playing nice with the 7TV extension. My guess. In a couple minutes here, you guys, I gotta go AFK for about 5. Gonna cook for the kids? Cool. Catch you later, man. Enjoy your dinner or lunch, whatever it might be. As soon as this orb is up, I gotta go AFK. Yeah, I'll be right back. Maybe I will. Let's see. Copy, be right back, and then while I'm gone. There, I'll be right back.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skid you don't do skid you wanna don't do skid you could don't do skid you don't do skid you wanna don't do skid you could
D.
Okay, I am back. keeps on turning. See, Stream Elements paid me yet. They're going to be working over the next 3 weeks to get everybody paid. And I'm already, like, from what I understand, I'm one that's the furthest behind. You would think that I might be one of the ones who get paid first. I fixed it. Yes. You got your treasure self-gathered? Same here, yeah. I only ended up buying like 200 of the fluid collector ones. Gathered everything else myself. What's up, Scum? Good morning. Oh wait, that wasn't Scum. Why my redemption's not updating? 1 second. What's up, John? Good morning. No wait, that wasn't John either. What? No. Wait, why is it not showing me who did the flashbang redeem? Oh, there we go. DJ Abra Connection? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? It's here to say hello. I have to go back to work. Yo, I appreciate you. I'll take care of you and your drops while you're gone. I'm going to be streaming for a while today. We'll be streaming for approximately 8 hours. 8 more hours. Yo, what's up, Bosch? You know what I should have done? I probably shouldn't have fixed the chat. We could have a nice quiet stream today. We could do a little Janae chat simulation. Too soon? Yeah, what's up, John? Ooh. Song request still down? No, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it looks like it's updating properly. I think people were using it yesterday. Yo, Obi Charmy, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate that tremendously. Oh, does it say unavailable? Oh, can somebody, I probably had somebody pause it since it wasn't working. Give me a second. As soon as I kill this pack, I can fix it. Somebody else doesn't get to it. You got it? Yo, I appreciate you. Okay, little bossaroo. Oh, why is the music vibe bot on the on-screen chat? Oh, yeah, it's coming. Warrior Fox Life Skiller. Wolf Life Skiller. I actually enjoyed that though. It was actually that little life skilling art. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I gotta go to Botrix and figure out why it's. Here we go. Chatbot. No, probably under widgets, right? Widgets, chat overlay. Ignore users. Here we go. Music vibe bot. Okay. And then I gotta recopy this. Let me see if any of the other things are showing up in the on-screen chat. Okay, obviously it doesn't show itself up in the on-screen chat. Oh. Okay. Botrix. And stream elements. Boom. I wonder if it's case sensitive. Oh, never mind. It isn't. Okay. And then copy the chat overlay. Okay. And let's do another little test. Oh, that one didn't show up anyways. It already did Botrix official. I need to do it in the multi-chat. Okay, let's see if the Stream Elements and Botrix both shouldn't show up now, although it might be an issue maybe because it's on a different platform. So far it's looking so good. Didn't pick up the kick one. Let's make sure I just didn't brick it. Okay, no, it worked. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, now let's see if it worked with the Music Vibe bot. Beautiful. Hey, good morning, Valkia. How you doing? Sorry about that cursed shit in the meme channel. We were having a conversation on stream yesterday, and people really wanted to see what I was talking about. I tried to describe it, and then I was like, you know what? I'll just put it as a spoiler in chat, but click on it at your own expense, your own peril. The catch post is funny? Oh, it is, yeah. I should take a look at what the rewards are for hitting at least Radiant Spear. Red rank. I'm only a few wins away from that, right? Might be worth it to actually knock that out. This guy's voice reminds me of somebody. Not sure if you want to continue. That's part of the process. Everybody goes through them. I wouldn't let a loss streak ruin your mental. Go into every AOS match not looking at it as the goal is to climb. Look at it as every AOS match is an opportunity to get better, right? To be put into different situations that you otherwise would not have found yourself in, and to get better. And the harder the situation, the more you have to learn from it. A failure is only a failure if you don't learn anything from it. Hey, good morning, Manny. I'm a learning opportunity for others. They probably have like an AP cap on them because I don't one-shot them, but they do 0 damage to me. Like there's no risk at all. I have a feeling they have a pretty aggressive AP cap, so everybody kills them roughly the same speed. Oh, what was Divios playing on his ult? Was he on Sage? I know he mentioned he might do Suck Sage on his ult. I mean, I'm checking his VOD. It shows him on his main the whole time, so he must have been doing it off stream. Am I looking forward to the PoE 2 update? I am. Once again, I had no time to fucking play thing last night. I'm not gonna have time tonight. I'm not gonna have time. I might have a little bit of time tomorrow night to play Diablo 4. Fucking time's ticking. Holy. The last thing I did in D4 for the story, the little side thing I just did. I just fought a chained up angel. Or I guess you had to rechain him. Maybe a third of the way? Only a third? Oh shit. I mean, I'm like level 30 something right now. Yeah, and I have noticed I've cleared most of the map, but it seems like there's this area going west, almost like a peninsula. I'm assuming it's obviously still hidden under the Shroud of War, but it looks like it's going to be like a giant peninsula. And it looks like I just started heading down that. Ninja can't keep getting away with this. Oh. I hope we see more with Suckdrak. I'm actually quite curious. I've always stated like I would really like Suckdrak if it wasn't so encumbered by ions. And it looks like they did some major ion work with it. Who knows? I might end up fucking with some Suckdrak. It looks like they made ions a lot more obtainable, right? They buffed the amount of ions you get from one ability. I think they added like what ions to more abilities. You see what they did to Striker? They massacred my boy. What do you mean? I can't remember. I remember seeing them in there. But I think they got rid of a lot of sustain, right? If I remember correctly. Like a lot of the HP on hit has been nerfed. Yeah, HP recovery removed on Ferocious Assault. HP recovery removed on Bite Off. Battle Cry's HP recovery went up. Endless Explosion's HP recovery went up. Spiral Cannon lost some evasion. And they removed some HP recovery. Just skill remixing in total looks the same. I mean, doesn't really work that way, right? On paper it looks that way, but in reality it never works that way. I don't know what Endless Explosion is, but Battle Cry and Spiral Cannon are both things they spam. So Battle Cry getting it a little bit of a buff certainly helps. Spiral Cannon is something they use a lot. That's definitely going to hurt. I'm not sure about Endless Explosion. Oh, this is... Yeah, that's just a... I'm guessing maybe that's in a combo. So that's not really going to affect them a whole lot. Ferocious Assault, Bite Off. I should look at those two. Okay, let's see. What was the other one? Bite Off. Oh, well, there's Ferocious Assault. Yeah. So they're definitely going to feel that. They use that a lot. They use that while chasing and shit like crazy and obviously jumping in. Slow Bite Off. Oh yeah, it's the WC, right? Or WF, sorry. Is it WC on Suck? Yeah. Yeah, so they definitely lost HP recovery on a lot of abilities they use all the time. Gained a little bit more on one ability they use all the time, which is Battle Cry, right? But lost it on them moving all of that to like Endless Explosion. means that they only get that HP recovery back in a combo. And I don't even know if you use Endless Explosion in a combo. But yeah, that's definitely a nerf. They don't really. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I remember ever seeing them use it in a combo, but you know what? Maybe my eyes are just aren't attuned to it. So yeah, they gained plus 44 on Battle Cry, which is obviously a buff. They use Battle Cry every fucking millisecond they can. But let me take a look at the other cooldowns, right? Because that's another important part of it. Battle Cry probably has like an 8 or 10 second cooldown. I can't remember. 10 second, yeah. Ferocious Assault every 6 seconds. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a nerf. Because they use that twice as often as Battle Cry, and that gives... Oh my god! That's 600 on use? So they don't even have to hit somebody for that. Oh, that's fucking massive. Bite off. 300 on use. Oh my god. So they're getting rid of all the on use. What about Spiral Cannon? Oh, that's the core. And this one they have to hit. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a ton of sustain. That's a ton of sustain. It's like 1,000 HP every 6 seconds that they're not going to have. Now all the sustain they have, or I guess maybe there's other abilities in the kit, but of the ones they changed, it's only the stuff where they have to actually hit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily a bad thing. I think having the sustain more in combat is good, but Endless Explosion isn't an in-combat ability, right? I'm surprised they didn't just change those abilities so they have to hit somebody to recover. I think that'd be more reasonable than just removing the recovery altogether. If you just had to hit somebody, I think it would be fine, right? They had insane recovery for no reason. See, I disagree with the no reason. They are a bruiser class. They're meant to be in the fight. I wouldn't say no reason. I think being able to recover as fast as they did outside of the fight, I think that there's a good argument to say no reason for that. I've never been hit by a striker and been like, what the fuck is that damage? They do decent combo damage if you get caught, but I've never had one trade me down. I mean, I'm not exactly a class that's easy to trade down, though, so my opinion might be skewed in that regard. Remember Skull Crusher in 2017? Yeah. But even back in the day, if I played Warrior or any of that stuff, I never felt like strikers were trading me down. Right? And that's obviously a much higher SA class. Oh, what's up, Microic? You're glad strikers are trash now? They were so cocky. They were. And like I said, I certainly agree with nerfing the sustain out of combat. Being able to run away and just spam abilities. Between your HP pots taken and them being able to rotate those, like, that one ability, fucking 600 HP every 6 seconds, as well as the other ones, just fucking nonsense. When they run away from you and they're healing while running just at a fucking massive rate is I completely understand them having sustain when hitting targets, but if they're fucking just shadow boxing, no thank you. You swear only fat people play Striker. Kinda true. Dibios quit Striker and then lost a lot of weight. Wait a fucking minute. You might be onto something. If you actually look at old clips of Choice playing Striker too, he was kind of a chunky motherfucker too. You might be cooking. Wait a goddamn minute. You might have cracked the Da Vinci Code. Although Fake Uni though, ooh, he's an outlier. Fake Uni's never been chunky, and he's always played Striker. Damn. He's an outlier. He don't count. What, like a fail on 7TV to remove chat for people? I don't think that was 7TV trip. I think it was probably Twitch, right? I think it was just like Twitch probably rolled out some type of update and it's not playing well with 7TV. So now 7TV has to re-update to fix it. Fake Uni isn't now a weird meme channel when it came out. Wait, that's two different messages. You guys have like the same color name. He was a Suck Striker player when it came out. True. So maybe the exception is Suck Strikers. But we only know one other Suck Striker. We need a picture of Verde. So we know. Then we have a sample size of 2. But yeah, Fake Uni does, he found a niche, right? He does like this tall versus small adventure thing, and, you know, I know a lot of people criticize him and say it's like brain rot content, but hey, you know what? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Tractor time, good luck with the grind. Yo, catch you later, Cavell. Wasn't Joe canceled? Joe never fails? No. Joe quit streaming because it just wasn't working out for him. Right. I think after the whole Tim Allen situation, he tried to break away from streaming and he had like a career lined up. And then he had a falling out with Tim Allen IRL right after that. And Tim Allen broke his jaw, which actually fucked up that job opportunity because he's supposed to be like a door-to-door salesman or some shit. And, you know, you obviously can't do that if your jaw's wired shut for months. So I think he lost that job opportunity. And then I think he decided to give it another chance at streaming. And when he came back, like tons and tons and tons of people were teasing him about the whole situation, you know, because Joe would act so fucking tough on stream all the time. And yeah, I just think he, you know, acting that tough for that long, and then having a BDO player bust your jaw. I mean, Tim Allen's a big guy, right? But, you know, people started calling him Glassjaw Joe, and there was even an audio recording of the whole of Joe calling the police. I think it was just too much, and Joe didn't want to have to fucking nonstop deal with that shit, so he said fuck it and just quit completely. Where's Tim now? I don't know. Not sure. Personally, don't really care so much. Man's a narcissist. The always wearing suit streamer. Just because he wears a suit? Hey, nothing wrong with dressing nice. Maybe one of these days I should put on my suit. Neon Janice? Neon Janice doesn't always wear a suit. He did for a while there, but not always. When he was cool? That's right. Yeah. He used to dance for follows. Now he only dances for subs. Oh, Dapper Dak. Yeah. He seemed like an alright guy. Just had a, he seemed like somebody who had difficulty handling... What's the right word? Not opposition. Tension, friction. So, like, whenever anybody would stream snipe him or anything like that, it seemed like he would get super in his feelings. And, he tried to deal with it. He actually reached out to me for some advice, and, you know, I had a brief conversation with him about it. I always try to do my best to tell people, you know, don't feed the trolls. Also, get out of your own head. It's not a big deal if people kill you. You know, they do it because, you know, whether they choose to admit it or not, they obviously respect your platform to some degree because they want to be showcased on it. So almost look at it as like, you know how they have that saying, imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery? That's how I feel about people who try to push or force their way into my stream too, right? Obviously, it's not within the same context of like trying to imitate somebody, but you know, it's them trying to force their way to be involved with what you're doing. Did I take a look at the Global Labs update? Yeah, absolutely I did. Like I said, Pearl Abyss I think are hitting home runs. Not necessarily saying I agree with every change they make, but I really like the fact that they're nerfing classes at the top, they're buffing classes at the bottom, and they're doing it every week, a little by little. I think if they continue down this path of balancing the game will feel a lot better in a year than them waiting a full fucking year and just smashing a bunch of changes all at once. This is the way it should be done, in my opinion. So I'm, even though Sage wasn't talked about in there, I am happy that they're doing what they're doing. Oh, getting rid of cheer animations, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they should do that. I think they should do what I suggested, and Leckershan made a post on it, but in the Monster Zone info... Where is it? Right? I've always said that you should be able to go to your spot, for example, if you're at Lower Sakraya, and I don't want to cheer for some of these things. Like, I obviously want to cheer for paints, because those are a big deal, but I don't want to cheer for Tungrad rings. I don't even really want to cheer for Debo rings. So you should be able to right-click on it, and it'll either put a check mark or an X on it, right? And if it has a check mark, you cheer for it. If it has an X, you don't, right? And you should be able to do that. What Lekrashan proposed is actually another button up here to turn on cheers or turn off cheers. Lekrashan, I don't know if you're still here. If you could link that post, you know, I think no matter how they end up going about it, I think they should allow you to have more flexibility to choose whether you cheer or not. Yeah, make it a little toggle, but don't just remove it. Some people like that shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind if it cancels the skill. If it's a 30 build drop, but I don't want it to cancel. Remember when we were cheering for Masters of Pure Magic? Fucking every pack practically. That shit was miserable. Thank you for the chat fix. Yo, appreciate you, Jack. Glad it worked. I think a lot of people are having issues today. I almost feel like I need to make it so it's easier to see on the thumbnail of my stream. Because you can't even read that text. Maybe I should try make it a little bit bigger. Maybe I'll try to make it... Or I'll wait till the thumbnail updates on Twitch and see if you can read that directly from my thumbnail better. YouTube chat is shit today. Yeah, it's kind of quiet on YouTube. You thought you got banned on Blues chat? I think a lot of people are probably thinking they got banned in different areas. They're trying to do a Janae chat simulation. Everybody's chat's going to be super quiet because none of the 7TV people can talk. Oh, shit. No, we're going to have it fixed, though. We're going to help everybody out. I don't think it's something 7TV changed. I think it's just Twitch must have made some change that's not playing nicely with 7TV. 7TV has already rolled out an update to fix it. It's a shame that it doesn't automatically update as soon as you like launch your browser or something. It keeps stopping your messages from being sent. Really? I wonder why. That's weird. How are some of the messages getting through? Is there something special you have to do? I hate when you roast my queen. It's just good jokes, right? People roast me too, right? You can't laugh. Then what's left? To cry? And I don't cry. I ain't a bitch. I guess I missed a big update at some other point. When I updated to get my chat back, 7TV looked almost reworked. So I tied it to 7TV breaking something. She's even starting to take all these allegations on the chin and brushing them off. I haven't seen that at all. I still see her just banning anybody who makes any mention. I'm surprised she hasn't blacklisted the word bot in her chat. I certainly have not seen that. Can you make them not remove the cheer? I wish I could make them do anything. I wish. Kind of feel like going upstairs and just boiling a couple eggs for egg salad sandwiches later. I have everything I need to make some egg salad sandwiches. Why this game has so many VTubers? It does, doesn't it, right? Sometimes you look at the video category and there's so fucking many of them. I'm not entirely sure why that is. I think it's just something that's growing in popularity in general. But yeah, it definitely seems to be a higher ratio on video. Maybe, and I'm just pulling at straws here, so don't put any weight into me just thinking out loud. Maybe it has something to do with people typically having an online persona that, you know, they act completely differently than they do in real life, and it feels more comfortable for them to be visually representing that persona as well. What persona is the naked anime girl with huge tits? That's gonna be my persona. Just she fucking wait. Mike Crowick's gonna start throwing all his money at me. I'm gonna be a naked anime dad with huge tits. Oh shit. I know who's behind it, so no way. He has standards. We know you won't be the first one. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's because I've been doing it so long, too, right? Like, I've been streaming for over a decade now. I've never had issues being on camera or anything like that. Believe it or not, I used to be a pretty socially anxious person. And when I first started streaming, part of it was because I wanted to break that. Because it is one of those things, like almost everything in life, where it's a habit and a skill, right? And just exposing yourself to something more removes the anxiety of it. So, like, I originally looked at it as an opportunity to just break out of that, you know? Just have more exposure. Because I used to work midnight, so I had almost like no social interaction at all, and it was having a downward spiral on my mental. You're already a huge tit. Only one, though. Do the Sakraya crystals replace the ancient ones? The resist ones, yes. There are sages to the stream, to my stream or to streams in general. Nothing boring. Chat cover, can have fun with redeems. VTuber, better for privacy, and then face cam. So you're saying like those are all tiers? Maney, yeah. Hey, no, like for real? I think people's brains just work differently. And I think people are, and I am not a doctor, so like don't put any weight once again into what I'm saying. I'm just thinking out loud and yapping here. But I think people are too quick to medicate, to try to force themselves to think the way other people do. And I think it's okay to think differently. I think it's actually a great thing to think differently. That's not saying that there's no reason to ever medicate, but I definitely feel like we have a over-medicated society. And that's not saying just because this old man in a box is saying it and it might sound nice, that doesn't mean stop taking your meds either, right? If for any of you, obviously consult your doctor. But I think a really good question to ask your physician, right, is like, do I need to take this? What are the potential consequences if I don't? What are the side effects, right? I think all of these things are important conversations to have with your doctor, because sometimes, you know what? If you just go into your doctor and say, hey, I got this bugging me, how do I deal with it? Your doctor might say, this is how you deal with it, right? But maybe there's other consequences that aren't worth it. Or maybe it's not as big of a deal to you as you're making it seem to your doctor, right? Maybe you're just curious, but your doctor thinks it's actually concern. I think it's important to actually just have like a natural conversation with your doctor about these things and just ask, right? Just ask questions. And then they become dependent on them. Yeah. Maybe they let me out of the mental asylum early. Yo, wait, they got a little PC set up. They have a little LAN center in the insane asylum for you to sit here and watch streams. Shit, maybe it's time to go crazy, chat. Free room and board. That sounds fucking fantastic. Yeah, I've always did my best to stay away from medication as much as I can. Only take it when it's necessary. Even when I had surgery like fucking 10 years ago, and I had to have a nurse come into my house literally every single day and pull packaging, bandaging out of a wound because there was a wound that needed to heal from the surgery. They needed to heal from the bottom up. So they would pack it full of like gauze and to prevent it from closing over and potentially becoming a pocket, right? And every fucking day for years and years and years, a nurse would have to come in and do that. And it was so fucking painful. And they gave me morphine to deal with it. And I took that shit for like the first not even full week, and I was like, I do not want to become dependent on this shit. So I was like, you just got like some good, like some sick ass Tylenols or something? I could take those. And then I took those for a while, and then I eventually just stopped taking that, and just, you know, eventually I don't know, like I feel like pain's like a lot of other things. You build up a tolerance to it the more you experience it, right? But I did not want to become fucking like hooked on opioids. I ended up having a big ass bottle of it, and I ended up returning like, it was probably a bottle of like 100 pills, and I ended up returning like 95 of them. I brought them right back to the pharmacy, and I was like, I don't want to keep taking these. Oh, I'm not a pain enjoyer, but I just don't want to become addicted to anything, you know? It took years for the wound to close. There was a whole ass story. It took plenty of years, yes. I ended up having to have the surgery done twice more. There was I don't really like talking about all that because I don't want anybody to ever garner sympathy, but it is the main reason why I became a stay-at-home dad. It's not because I didn't want to work, it's because I couldn't. I had to actually just stay at home for a long ass time. And then luckily, you know, while I was at home, you know, I was obviously doing all the home chores and stuff like that, and I had all this extra time, so I was like, why don't I try my hand at streaming, right? Why don't I try to generate at least a little bit of money for the family while I'm at home? I love gaming, so I started streaming at the same time, right? And, you know, streaming was... At first, it was really frustrating, right? Because at first, when you first started as a streamer, or at least for some people, this is how it was for me, is I was like, you know, I want to be rich, I want to be famous, I want to make money, and then you start streaming and you got like fucking one person in your chat, 2 people in your chat, day in, day out. Maybe you get 15 people in your chat, 20 people in your chat, and you get to this point, right? Once you start getting like a little bit of a viewer base, this is a trap that's important not to fall into. Is like you'll have some people who are regulars to your chat, and then you might see something going on in the community that you're streaming in, and you see those viewers not in your chat. You see them in someone else's chat. And at first, like I got that shit would get under my skin. I'm like, why are they, did I say something? Why are they not here? Why are they there? And you get all fucking bummed out about it, right? And it affects your mental, and then you get into this downward spiral where you're just in a pissy mood, and then the people who are in your chat, you know, they're gonna have less fun because you're just in a pissy mood. And, you know, they end up leaving too. And, you know, once I reframed my brain to not be so upset about who's not my chat and just enjoy the people who are in my chat, you realize that streaming is a lot more fun. And if you're having fun doing it, then, you know, it becomes a lot more fun for the people watching. You got here, you in a pissy mood? I am now that you're here. Fuck. We were having such a good day too. But yeah, you also eventually realize that there's just different things going on in a community. Your stream isn't like just an island in an ocean. It's like a series of islands all together in the ocean. And everybody in your community, right? People will hop around depending on what's going around on each island. And together you can grow those islands, right? As the community, right? Like the BDO category, we're all little islands collectively together. We're not all by ourselves. And you know, even if there is another island that's bigger than yours, if they're doing fun things and growing the community, there will be cross-pollination, right? There will be people who, while that stream's offline, they will find their way to your little island, and it helps everybody out. So getting all upset over that, right? You can't act like a jealous partner over other streams. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So, I don't know. Once you kind of reframe your brain and start having more fun with streaming instead of treating it like a job, I feel like that's generally when people start being more successful. If they just dive in immediately treating it like a job, it takes a lot of effort, unless you are insanely lucky or have really good connections. It takes a lot of effort to build your stream up. A lot of fucking effort. Viewers can watch multiple streams, yeah. You were jealous when you didn't get a drama thread on BDO Reddit. We had to post something to get you to stop moving. Is there a drama post about me? Yes. I actually don't even know what you're talking about. Was like a year ago? Multi-streamer thread? Yeah, I don't remember it. I don't even know if anybody showed it to me. I know like a few years ago, there was a thread that was like, who are your most and least favorite streamers, right? Your top 5 most and least favorite streamers. And that was made by somebody who, you know, they didn't. That's the one. Oh yeah, that was many years ago. Sanira, yeah. And Sanira made that not because he was interested in everybody's top 5 favorite, but in order to make it not look like a toxic thread, he added that in as well, right? But ultimately, it was more interesting not hearing who everybody's top 5 was, but hearing people's bottom 5. Because when people were listing their bottom 5, they got fucking spicy. And one thing about that, I didn't actually get mentioned a whole lot, but there was a couple of like a handful of comments about me. And I thought it was absolutely hilarious. I felt like my haters were the most creative ones because they said funny shit like, Zethian stream is like a TV series that's on its 16th season and refuses to end. Some comment like that. Oh my god, like, I love that creativity. That shit is funny as hell. Was he wrong though? Yeah, we're on like season fucking 30, not 16. My favorite video streamer is Lakari. Yeah, that didn't age well. What a way to get canceled. Yeah. I'm really curious what happened with that situation. Did the police end up getting involved? I know he checked himself into a rehab. I don't think there's ever going to be any coming back from that, though. Even if he had, like, some fucking bulletproof evidence that it wasn't what it seemed, I don't think the community would ever, like... Once the community gets that type of idea in their head, it's over. He's gonna have to deal with a lot of bullshit. And depending on, you know, the truth to it, fucking deserved, right? If the allegations are true, I mean, it to some degree, it's kind of hard to call them allegations because it was his own notepad, right? It's like shocking a dog. It's fucking worse than that, obviously. But yeah, even like with the Hassan was shocking the dog thing, right? That's always going to be a meme surrounding him now. There will never be a situation now where like people will be like, oh, the dog shocking guy, right? That's just going to be part of his reputation now forever. Software was canceled. I mean, he still streams and he still does very well. I mean, his stream is still significantly more successful than mine. I wouldn't say Pirate Software is canceled by any means. I think the Doctor disrespecting is different too. It's definitely, I think the Lakari situation is potentially worse than the Doctor disrespect one. Getting canceled now is kind of free advertisement. It is, but I don't buy into the idea that all publicity is good publicity. There are some things that I don't care how popular it could potentially make my channel. I don't want it to be part of my reputation. What did Dr. Disrespect do? Honestly, don't really want to talk about it. There's plenty of information on the internet. Like, for all of these situations that I'm bringing up, it's best for you to just do your own research. I don't want to potentially misspeak and, you know, all of a sudden have a lawyer serving me papers for defamation, you know? The timing on this song? Yeah, Scum requested it. Might take 10 minutes right now upstairs. Upstairs. Take 10 minutes to go throw some eggs in a pot and boil them. I want to make myself an egg salad sandwich for lunch. I think I'm gonna go upstairs, put them on, set a timer, go back upstairs, turn it off. And then when it comes time for lunch, all I do know though is, like, if Lucari does end up firing his stream again one day, that's gonna be fucking content. There is going to be a lot of fucking drama. I've always, I know this is an unpopular take for obvious reasons, and if everything is true about him, then, you know, he obviously deserves the negative attention. But with that aside, I've always had good interactions with Lucari. He's always seemed like a good guy, so. Is this why you have two PCs? No, because I have a family PC, because I don't want my fucking kids fucking around with my job PC. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. While I was up there, I realized the garbage man had come by. So I brought the garbage can in, brought the neighbor's cans in, and then realized I had like 5 more minutes anyways till I had to take it off the stove. So I decided to just chop up my green onions, garlic, and celery and get my seasonings ready. And then by then I had to wait like 1 more minute for it to finish on the stove, and now it's sitting in some cold water, so I can have some egg salad sandwiches later. Cooking stream when? Maybe one of these days. Thing is if I were to do cooking streams, I'd want to keep my kitchen a lot more tidy than I normally do. Yeah. I'm not surprised, Laundry. This game throws loot scrolls at you. It's crazy how many loot scrolls you get. But that does make me think, or I guess that boss made me think. Let's see what we can get with these now. Let me buy these. That could be useful in the future. See, there's more loot scrolls. Definitely grab these artisans. Definitely grab the magical shards, membranes, Caphras. Shit. We actually almost have this cleared out, don't we? You thought you were muted across chats? Yeah, there's lots of people who think they're like banned in different streams and stuff. He blocked you on Discord? You said Ninja has 3 super armor knockdowns and you got confused? It's a good day. It is. I was saying, Divios, like, people might not agree with, like, individual changes that are happening, but I think you and I have both said this time and time again. Instead of them waiting a year and dumping like this giant massive change, we've always wanted them to do like a little bit of nerfs at the top, a little bit of buffs at the bottom, right? And just do that regularly. And I feel like we've been seeing that. Like, I'm so happy, even though people might disagree with like individual changes that are happening to their class, this is how the game should be balanced. They need to keep doing this, and they will get to a much more acceptable position than we've been in the past. So, you know, a little round of applause for Pearl Abyss. Even though I'm not happy with how they nerf Sage, you know, in general, I think this balancing approach is better for the game, more healthy for the game. Okay. The Wukong propaganda is starting in chat. Time to ban these guys. If you guys could do me a favor, since you're both mods, if you could ban each other, that'd be great. Thank you. You'll get them both down? Ooh. The most broken trash class ever. That's funny though if Dragor actually blocked you. That's a very liberal thing for him to do. Thing is, he's probably in bed. He doesn't even hear this comment. So alt v alt. What are you playing on your alt anyways? You doing some Suck Sage? Yeah, I know Calb eventually planned on doing some Sage on his ult. You were on Awakened Striker. Oh, okay. How do you feel about the Striker nerfs anyways? I feel like it needs HP recovery because it is a bruiser, but I feel like the HP recovery should have always been on hit, not just on use. Because it did, like, it always did feel like bullshit when you're fighting a striker and now he's hopping around away from you while running from you, shadow boxing, and he's healing like fucking crazy. Oh yeah, definitely will, yeah. That argument could be made for Zerker and their shouts as well, yeah. I mean, there's some abilities I think are fine for healing on use, but there's some, like, imagine if Spearbolt and Aftershock just healed on use. Like, these are abilities that heal quite a bit, but you have to hit, right? Awaken as no heals now, yeah. I saw that one ability that they put, like, it looks like they put all the healing into that. And then I looked at it and it's like, is this even an ability strikers use? Like, I don't even think they use this shit in a combo. They certainly aren't using it anywhere else. Didn't it give Roar a huge AP buff? Battlecry got like an extra 40 HP. Which is a buff on that ability, because they obviously use that ability a lot. But if you take a look at all of the other abilities in the kit that they did nerf, they were like 600 HP on a 6-second cooldown, and all you had to do was use the ability. You didn't even have to connect with anybody, right? So, like, those are massive nerfs compared to the slight Battlecry buff. Oh, I have no loot scroll on? Okay. For a second, I was like, How the hell does he know Divios doesn't have a loot scroll on? Is Divios streaming? Is this man watching Divios? Divios! Quick! You gotta fucking sweep that room. This man's spying on you. Yo, what's up, Samuel? To me, it's kind of crazy, right? Because, like, Awakened Warriors have always had a hard time being in the ball and being a bruiser. And they recently just buffed a bunch of Awakened Warrior abilities through Burning Moxie, so they heal when they're hitting. And then they kind of did the exact opposite with Striker, where they just took a ton of that shit away. Although it was heals on use, not heals on hit. Like I said, I feel like maybe if you nerfed the amount and made it heals on hit, I think then it would have made more sense because it forces them to stay in the fight. Like healing when you're out of the fight like that, it was a bit too much. I think if they want healing out of combat, it should be tied to like the old med kits. Give the old med kits like a 1 minute cooldown and like a 5-second cast, so if you get out of the fight, you can quickly bandage yourself up with it and get back in. As long as nobody's pressuring you, right? Flower Power arc over? Yeah, we finished our treasure item. We tried to speedrun it that last day so we could get to the grind event. By the way, did you guys know that fucking gathering is more money per hour than fucking grinding? I was making $5 bill an hour fucking logging and shit like that. I didn't even believe it until people were saying it, and then I started fucking doing the math on everything I got, and I was like, wait a fucking minute. At 3,000 mastery. But you don't have to invest that much. Like 800 mastery, I could basically drop 800 mastery on my gear and still be capped out. Trep, think about it this way. 4K mastery, 1.5 trillion in gear. How much did your weapon cost you? Your one item. It still stings. Why would you do this? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry, man. I'm just trying to make a point, okay? Spamming Q bug? I think people are like queuing and then declining and then like it bugs out people's queues or something. What do you do after your energy runs out? It's actually tough to have your energy run out if you're logging. If you legit use whale salad on cooldown and have the herbal medicine running on cooldown, right? This stuff is only sold out right now because of the shit that's going on, but normally this stuff was sitting on the market. This shit has 100% uptime plus 25 energy. Keep your villa up. Use your salad every 10 or 30 minutes for another 20 energy. The main reason why it was so much better though is because of the event. Getting the double, like twice as many mini games dramatically pumps up the money. But even still, right? If we didn't have loot scrolls for grinding, gathering would be way better than grinding. What salad? It's like whale salad. 1 second. Or maybe it's something else salad. Maybe it's not whale salad. It's something salad. Oh, whale meat salad. Right? Every 30 minutes it gives you plus 20 energy. Does really loading the game reset it? It does. If you go to the character select, I think it fixes it. But it's still something super fucking annoying, right? Really? So if the one person that's trying to fuck with people does it and then doesn't restart, it still fucks it up? Oh, that's crazy. Time to make it so you can't decline a queue. Ooh, little yellow orb and a boss. 2 bosses. Wait a goddamn minute. It's popping off. They just all have to leave the queue. Gotcha. It's still so shitty. Wait, did I not? Oh no, I did. Am I ready with this? Oh my god, look at you, Trap. The thing is, though, like, even with that setup and full crystals, you're probably over, what, 2,500 mastery? Actually, what's your gathering level? Like, between getting, like, to master gathering and getting your crystal page set up, you have a fuckload of mastery. Like, hitting 2K is easy. How many bosses do you average an hour? I mean, it feels about 3 an hour. Yeah. I gained 20 gathering levels while gathering for the thing. I went from Master 25 to Guru 15. Declining queue is no penalty into 5 minutes at max? I thought there was supposed to be a declining penalty. Or as long as you don't do it more than once every 5 minutes? Is that what you're saying? Oh, so you just break the queue and you wait 5 minutes and then you do it again if you need to. Alright, I shouldn't say need to. You should obviously never need to, but... yeah, that's fucking dumb. I mean, that should be a bannable offense. Like, not permanent. I should say suspension. When I say ban, I don't want anybody to interpret it the old school way, where a ban is permanent. But that should definitely be a 24-hour suspension. If they see that you're non-stop declining queues... that's definitely something they have the data. Or just fix the issue? Oh, well, they should definitely fix it too, but... I mean, I think a precedent has to be set. If you're abusing features to do shit like that... if they're going to fucking ban somebody for that contribution shit... I personally think this is worse than that, because this is actually negatively affecting other people's gameplay as well, right? Your views decline? What do you mean? My views have been going up all day. Why fix the system if they could do weird go-around? Yeah, that's the PA strategy, right? That's what they normally do. Yeah, definitely weird comment. Who could have ever predicted having an opinion about something is more interesting than just grinding circles? Definitely something so unobvious that it's important to make sure we make a statement about it. I'll tell you what, Maverick, typing isn't your best content. It's actually so dumb, we already have a tiny window to queue, and getting hours blocked by some dummy on top of that is so annoying. Yeah, for sure, right? And it could probably get worse too, right? Like, if people climb up on their alt accounts, they could legit just hold people hostage. This doesn't happen, just drop? True. Yeah. Yeah, there's a much larger pool of players at the 1500, so you don't have to worry about the people doing it. And all these people on broken short swords, tell them Trap. Ooh, 2 more bosses? The hell? This is the juicer of an hour. Where's the other one at? Let me kill them both at once. We're getting the double out here. This is like my fucking bachelor party. I guess you guys wouldn't get that reference. You weren't there. I went to this strip club with my wedding party, and they got me 2 lap dances from 2 girls at the same time in a row, and they called it the double, or the Canadian special. For those of you who don't know, if you go to Tim Hortons, a double is just a coffee with 2 cream, 2 sugar. So they were calling it code on at the wedding. The next day when we were all hungover at the wedding, they're like, "Hey, you need another double?" That was actually my first and last time at a strip club. I actually have no interest of going to strip clubs. But they're like, "You're married, you're about to be married, you have to do it once." And I was like, "But why? All I'm gonna see is a bunch of girls who are disappointing their fathers and are fucking desperate. Like, there's nothing exciting about that." Your wife would beat you in the ground? No, she eventually found out. I eventually told her because she kept asking. She goes, "Why does everybody keep talking about doubles?" I obviously didn't tell her on the wedding day. It was like a month or so later because the joke was still going on. That's when my wife said to me too. She goes, "Oh, I don't mind." She goes, "I don't mind if you look at the menu as long as you come home for dinner." Okay. Oh, if you went there after married? Yeah. Speaking of dinner, though, I actually have some eggs upstairs. I'm gonna go make some egg salad sandwiches. I'm fucking hungry as hell. I have everything all prepped. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I already chopped up all the veggies and everything, too.
want to hug the green M&M. I want to tenderly kiss the green M&M in bed. I want to cook the green balloon a sizzling bacon and egg breakfast. Then I want to wrap that latex around my meat.
Shut up, bitch!
Jeez. I love egg salad sandwiches. Look at this, chat. I'll show you a little cross section. Look at that. I guess it doesn't really, you can't really see much. Yeah. I'll open her up. Fuck. I don't want it to fall. Anyways. Egg salad sandwich. I love it. Mm-mm-mm. You talking about this? Nice. I'd rather do the other one. It's so tasty. Or however that meme is.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, boy. You still here, Divios?
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Well, I make it with eggs. So what I do is I hard boil the eggs. I dice up some celery and some green onions. I put it in a bowl. I season them with some salt and pepper and some garlic. Then I cut the eggs in half lengthwise, like the tall way, and I get the yolks out of the eggs, just the yolk, into the bowl. I get all of the yolks, just the yolks, in the bowl with the veggies, and I'll put about a tablespoon of mayo in there, and then I mix it all up, right? And I season it. Then I chop up all the egg whites, add that to the bowl too, and mix that up.
Damage.
Well, the kids have found the toys. And guess there's no talking going on. But yeah, that's my method for making egg salad.
Shut up, bitch.
I probably put a little bit more black pepper in my egg salad than most people would like. I love black pepper. Yeah. I don't think that's a good change. I think that's a bad change. I've always said what they should do, Divios. Just let you go in here and just like right click on these, right? Let you turn on or off what you want to cheer for. Leave it up to the players to decide. Or just have one total toggle, right? Put a toggle in here where you could turn on or off cheers. But I think just removing them completely is silly. There's people who really like the dopamine hits. By the way, Devios, I was thinking it should be reasonably easy at the top end to see who's fucking with the queues, right? Because if you're streaming your games, Armin's streaming his games, Muffin's streaming his games, Calb's streaming his games, and you'll be able to see if any of those four are doing it. Like, who else does that really leave in the top? Yuki, Corgi. Like, it doesn't really leave many options left because you guys are always playing the same people, right? Mamo, yeah, that Mamo guy. Actually, Mamo's like probably the person I'd expect the least. Divios the most since he's a known exploiter. Right, Ronan?
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
Yeah, who else is at the top would be potentially doing that? Because Yuki doesn't stream. I don't know who this is. This an alt account? Looks like it could be an alt account. Blur. Mamo has 2 accounts. Probably Pig. It's probably Pig doing it by accident. He's just sitting on the queue and nobody can get out from under it. Yeah, I feel like if most of you are streaming, it'd be pretty quick to find out who's doing it, right? Or maybe not know with 100% certainty, but I bet you all of you guys probably already have a really good idea of who's doing it. Akari did it twice, and then when Muffin did it to dodge Armin. Oh, so it's just becoming something that people are doing. It's not even just like one bad actor. It's like, yeah, ban them all. Ban the whole top 100. You might as well just play it safe. Just drop the carpet bomb, Ronan. Get them all out of here. I still think that there should be an end game option too, or end round option. I think stalling fucking blows. There should be like a chat command you can do in an AOS match where it's like / forfeit or something.
I'm not allowed to communicate on sanctions applied to other players.
Make it so the option only pops up if you're like the last person alive, right? If you're the last person alive, the option pops up. Armin installing Long Love Story? Armin was, or not Armin, Norelio was the king of stalling, but can you really blame him? That's just how Sucksage is built. I don't know. I think there's a lot more nuance that wouldn't work. What if you're legit just running for your life because you're low on HP, right? Just having an option, the ability, like if you're the last person alive on your team, you can forfeit and just immediately end the round. But on the other hand, I don't know, maybe stalling is, you know, some people might consider that just strategy, and if you keep constantly like getting rid of anything that could be considered strategy, you end up making the game very boring, right? I think there's a fine line, right, between you know what I think the bigger issue is? Maybe this is just more of a symptom of an already existing issue. Is what's the point of forfeit versus inting? Well, that's why I said, right, as long as you make sure that the forfeit button doesn't show up until there's like only the last person who's alive can do it, then you can't have somebody go into the round and immediately forfeit, try to fuck over their team. It's only available to the last person alive. But yeah, what I was about to say, maybe this is a symptom of another problem, right? Maybe, like, some classes have really good e-buffs and some classes have shitty ones, right? And if you're a team that has good e-buffs, you're obviously, it's beneficial for you to stall a game. Alternatively, right, if there's some classes, you know, if you're playing a game and your enemy team has really good e-buffs and you don't, then you don't want the match to drag on. So maybe like they should do a better job at making everybody's e-buffs feel threatening. So it's something that other teams have to consider, right? Where they have to say, okay, should we stall for our buffs? If we do, well, the other team's going to have theirs as well, right? So they have to more properly weigh the pro versus cons. Where right now you just have some teams that have good e-buffs, right? Some classes have good e-buffs and some have garbage ones. Because I don't think people would care so much about stalling if they're on a class that has a bad or a good e-buff as well, and the other team is stalling. They'll be like, okay, fine. I guess we're all gonna have our e-buffs next round, right? Stalling is strategy though, if you don't want people restalling, reset all skills all around. I mean, you could do that, but that'd be, once again, because of the disparity between e-buffs, that'd be crazy for some classes and not others, right? Once again, it kind of goes back to what I was just saying, is both of these situations show that there's a disparity between e-buffs. And that's why some comps and some classes really want to stall as much as possible, and some don't want stalling. It all kind of comes back to just how crazy some e-buffs are and some aren't. Because yeah, Lon having infinite stamina for its e-buff, Duck Sage having its double e-buff every round. Could you imagine? Like, yeah, resetting all cooldowns every round sounds great at face value, but it just, you know, exposes the existing problem even more. I don't think stalling in general is bad when it can be used for strategy, right? But the strategy is primarily driven by the fact that there's a massive disparity between the strength of e-buffs. If everybody had awesome e-buffs, then yeah, you would have to communicate with your team. Hey, did anybody see them e-buff? Yeah, okay. You know what? Maybe we don't want to stall because we're going to let them reset their e-buffs, right? Yeah. I personally think all e-buffs should be crazy. I think when somebody pops an e-buff, you should have to be careful around them. I'm perfectly fine with that as a thing. Same thing with 200s, right? In like Node War and Siege. I think it's actually cool when classes have good e-buffs or good 200%. It creates more interesting situations. Just having an insane 200% doesn't mean every time you use it, you're going to pop off. Take a look at like Kythar, for example. That man would dive in with a Sugzerker 200% and kill 2 allies. But when you do see those moments where somebody does have good situational awareness, you know, and they dive in and they manage to get a sick 200, it creates some awesome moments, right? I think those moments are really healthy for the game. But I think they need to be available to everybody. And yeah, some classes have awesome e-buffs. Awakened Sage's e-buff is fucking doo-doo. It's not the worst, but it is definitely far from the best. Not that Awakened Sage really needs a strong e-buff. That's why the thing I really wish they would have done, Divios, is just nerf Awakened Sage damage. If you want it to be a 30-second god, just make it, like, nerf its damage, and then make its e-buff stronger. Yeah. Oh, it's fucking wild. It's absolutely wild. I was saying this. The fact that you can sit there holding S block and just trying to desperately defend yourself for so long and still end up top damage shows how broken Awakened Sage's damage is, but they refused to address that and instead just made the class feel absolutely shitty to play. I would rather be playable all the time and not be Thanos at all than be Thanos for 30 seconds and just be holding fucking S block for the rest of the time. I'm actually curious. I kind of want to go watch the replay and watch it from Kelb's perspective. Because you said he was playing on his main, right? So his game should be recorded. Yeah, when we had ignore resist on our e-buff, and when they removed resists, they decided to change that to crit chance. Not realizing that we have basically 100% crit chance on fucking all but maybe 3 abilities all the time anyways. Yeah, you know what? Let's go watch that. I'm actually really curious. Zizo... Was that the Kuno or the Tamer I was looking at? I can't remember. Tamer. Yeah, okay. Let's take a little peek. I'm actually curious. Because Calb is obviously the goated sage on NA, so I'm curious how he played it. Excuse me. Well, looks like he only played 1 game, but we'll download it. Only available in Save Zone. Shut up. Is that not Save Zone? There we go. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like, yeah, Awakening Sage isn't completely helpless. If you have good teammates that'll peel and stuff for you too, that give you chances to get stamina back, you just do so much damage. You're still super high impact while you have stamina, right? So as long as your teammates know that they have to play around that and try to create opportunities for you to get stamina, so when they get a catch, you can help fucking drop the damage. Yeah, it still does great, but it's such a fucking miserable feeling playstyle. So he's got Armin and the Kuno on his team against the Dragon, the Yuki, and the Zizo. Goddamn little insta grab on him. That was kind of unfortunate too. He was trying to fucking S block and the stair was just keeping him standing still. Not that that would have probably helped from the grab. He's just like spending the whole fucking time running. He's so low on stam right now. Absolutely victim POV. Let's see. They win this round though. Let's see. Fight starts, he runs out. Right? He's just got to wait, try to find something from behind, somebody not paying attention to him. Dragon has his gourd. Got a little V out of Yuki here, though. He's probably going to go for the... No, I thought he was going to try to go for that grab. Okay, caught that grab there. Little enlightened bolt to the face. Down with the dragon. Okay, they got all the V's down. They got the momentum here. He has momentum and he's like, okay, this is my chance to get some fucking stam. Okay, Yuki dies here. Unless there's a fat peel. That was expensive. Oh, a little grab on the dragon. Put him in the dirt. Okay. Oh, I thought he stunned him. I'm surprised he isn't using a Taurus Palm. A Taurus Palm feels like fucking mandatory now for the forward guard. We're definitely looking at Calb there. Oh, getting separated. Yuki just waiting for an opportunity. Both of them whip the grab. Dragon taking some trade there. Damn, that Kuno Ninja trading you down. Did you get caught there? Oh, you did get grabbed? Okay. I thought you just got... Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah. I thought you got traded down that much. Oh, I didn't change my camera back. Oops. Man, they lose that round. They win this one. Let's see. Watch how Armin dies. Wait, in round 4 or 3? Where's Armin at? I think Armin was the first one down, right? KVs. I was waiting for you to like fucking land on him or something. Oh my god. Too much time in stealth. Oh, all that time. A rough start for Kelb. I'm assuming Kelb's about to die here because somebody on their team is about to die. Yeah. But then Armin and Muffin pull off the 2v1 or 2v3. I wonder how Muffin feels about the Awakened Kuno changes, because... Is he the only Awakened Kuno? I feel like the rest play suck, but maybe he is. Calb is the only suck Kuno? Oh, really? Oh, Bert too, yeah. Bert? Yeah, he kind of doesn't play a whole lot, though, eh? He just plays when he gets time. He's not going as hard as Calb is. Oh, I think that's twice that's happened now. Wait, did he V? Oh, he got caught early on. I didn't even notice. I was too busy looking at something else. Maybe he didn't V there. Wait. Okay, he gets caught. Oh yeah, he V'd. Somebody else die? Yeah, right here. He goes to go for the grab, and Yuki just fucking does a little 180. Little 180 grab. Yeah, like, it's crazy how little presence he had in a couple of those rounds. And yeah, I want to see the scores after, right? Will it show me the scores in the replay? Yeah, like, you would look at this and you'd be like, yeah, there's about an even distribution of contribution. And then you look at the game and like Calb was just out of the fight, so much of it, right? It just goes to show that the fucking damage is still a massive problem on the class, but they keep nerfing it in other ways. The fact you could be out of that fight for so long and still do basically as much damage as the rest of your teammates is crazy. I miss old Awakened Sage when you had to catch people, and then it still had crazy combo damage, but you had to catch people to kill them. You weren't just trading them down with high damage back attacks. Yo, I appreciate you so much, though. Thank you so much for the sub, brother. The Sage Gaslight loop? By saying the damage is overpowered? Is that gaslighting? I mean, I think we can all agree nobody was complaining about Awakening Sage back in the early of 2025 before you guys decided to buff it. Pretend? I guess Ronan was just sitting there with his eyes closed. It's easier? Yeah. We can tell that's what the whole company does. You guys game with your eyes closed. Yeah. Oh, I would go back, ask. You know, I don't want to speak for every one of them, but I'm pretty confident to say, ask every single top Awakened Sage on every region, and if they at least played back then, they would prefer to go back to before that patch that made Awakening Sage busted, because it was more fun to play. I would be surprised if you found one Sage that played back then that still plays now, if you found one that prefer it now. When you do open world PvP with Sage, you just don't do open world PvP in this game. Open world PvP is gone. Is Awakened Striker a bad PvEer? I've always thought like Awakened Striker's bigger issue is its lower AP, so it's a little bit harder to get to the caps. But I always thought in general it was a decent PvEer. Yeah. And I think one thing that's important to consider is Striker's like really comfy in regards of like inputs. And it's damn near impossible for you to die while PvEing, so it's like super low stress, right? A lot less comfy than it used to be, really? What changed in regards to comfiness? Oh, lack of frontals? Yeah, I guess over time. Oh, you have to manage the shards again? Huh. Thugsdurker comfy? If you want comfy, you go on that, Waking Guardian. Kinda want to get that Vinatrix outfit for my Guardian. I'm so tempted to take her and run around swinging that shit and just getting, like...
My nose wedged in her ass while she's swinging that axe around, you know? kind of regret opening that outfit on
my Guardian or on my Drac. Although Suck Drac might be back. My biggest issue with Suck Drac has always been the ions and how cumbersome they feel. And it looks like it's getting some major ion love. That shit might be super fun to play. For PvE and PvP. Probably still be a victim 1v1, but for large scale. Is it a builder spender class? Yeah, it generates ions and it uses its ions to do more damage. What's my breath level? 49. Slowly working away to get that last level. Yeah. You know what I'm seeing though every time they do this? You know, Suck Maywas in general, but also Suck Musa. You know, they were a pretty stamina heavy class. If everybody else is constantly getting stamina nerfs and they're getting left alone, these are indirect buffs to them. These classes keep getting stronger. Yeah. Maybe that's what they're going to do. They're going to keep nerfing Stam across all the classes that chase down the ranged cutting classes. And then once they get it to a certain point, they're going to start stripping away protections from the ranged classes. Because the range is the protection, right? Right, chat? It'll be turn-based, yeah. Whoever has the highest amount of stamina gets to move next. Trying to chase down a class like Archer feels so fucking miserable. It's like something where you can't leave it alone. You have to chase it. But the whole time it's skating around, it's just making you chug your stamina. And then eventually you run out of stamina, and now you're stuck S-blocking while it just starts fucking unloading a fury of fucking hell on you. Oh, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so much. Tog? Yeah, I think that's a bad change. They shouldn't remove it. They should just add a toggle or a way to customize what you cheer for. I think removing it makes the game feel bad. There's a lot of people who really like the little dopamine hit when you get something. There's, you know, your character cheers. Down without the animation, that's a decent middle ground. Because then you're not being interrupted, which is probably the thing that annoys people the most, right? You go to use a big cooldown, then your character cheers, and now the cooldown's on cooldown. I think just playing the sounds would be fine too. You don't necessarily need your character to stop and do a fist bump. That's like removing the kill notification for PvP. I know, right? It was such a minor improvement when they added that. That was so impactful. Like such a small change that made PvP and even just watching PvP so much more enjoyable for the viewer. If you go watch like the old Siege, Node War, 1v1 montages before the kill notification was added, you don't realize how much you had to pay attention to see who was killing who. And like, it looked like, you watch that shit now, it looks like the most boring shit ever because it doesn't look like anybody's killing anybody. Is Guild League fun? Yeah, it can be fun. Feels miserable on Awakening Sage. I wonder how Suck Track will be after these changes in Guild League. Yeah, they need to take more DP. The thing is, right, Devios? Is sure they got rid of a bunch of DP on the crystals if you ran 6 of them or if you only ran a couple of them. But everybody's armors has increased more than the amount of DP they lost, or at least the same, so really nothing changed. Yeah. And it's so blatantly obvious, right? It's so blatantly obvious what the problem is. And I don't think you can just give the AP crystals more AP. You do that, then the iframe or range classes just go fucking crazy. Yeah. Didn't they also gain like 2 seconds longer cooldown on Deadly Dance? But yeah, I think Lon is still going to be ridiculous. They don't use Deadly Dance? I thought most of them did use it with the core for the... basically their version of Spiral Cannon. They all use Eradicate? Really? Huh. Look at chat. Divios wanting every single other class that competes with him to be torn down so Wukong could be number one. Look at it. He wants every single one of them so he can be above them. Fucking dragons, man. Fucking dragons. I'll be back. Oh. Oh, boss. I got one of the mysterious boxes, which ended up giving 30 crons, or 300 crons. And I've had a 500 cron box. But yeah, the vast majority of the time it's just 50. Which is still nice. I mean, you get 3 of those an hour, that's half a bill extra an hour. I ain't complaining about that. You know what they should do? When a Wukong goes into his animation and he's sitting there in his 32-second iframe, he should pick up one teammate under one arm, the other teammate in the other arm, and they should be part of that iframe together, holding them like a couple of babies. Just don't transform. Yeah. Yeah. I really need to get back to doing more Suck Sage. I feel like such a liability as Awakened Sage now. I just don't feel like, no matter how hard I try, I just feel like I'm not pulling my weight. Because at least before you could dive into the back line and try to kill the other rats, but now, like, if I burn all my stamina and cooldowns going into the back line, I have nothing to get out. I'm just fucking dead. So now it just feels like I gotta hang out at the ball and just cross my fingers and pray I get some last hits. Which feels fucking lame. I like the high risk but high reward of diving in the back for other rats while they're trying to rat around and kill me. Because that's really what large scale uncapped was, right? Is you had two balls of DP losers just clanking together while the rats run around trying to kill each other. Yeah, true, I agree. Shut up, Kiki. Fucking Mickey Mouse sounding ass. I'll just see myself out. Sorry, man. I kind of came at you hot. All you did was agree with me, and I'm instantly on your ass. You close to a 5k stand build? Yeah. Full stam crystals. Bring those histories out. You know what's shitty? Anybody who's known Kiki long enough knows Kiki. They know that him saying, yeah, sure, I agree, he's not actually agreeing. He's just being a little piece of shit. But the thing is he hasn't been around here long enough, or he doesn't come around enough, where the other people know him. He just looks like a fucking new viewer, popping in, and then all of a sudden he's getting attacked for no fucking reason at all. So it puts me in a fucked up situation, and I think that's why I get so fired up anytime I see his name pop up in chat. Is here he is running around with immunity, able to just fucking either A, fuck with me, or B, make me look like a piece of shit, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm at the mercy of his will! It's not fucking fair! Shut up. Now you got me wanting to go change my shirt. I'm about to go fucking Mormon mode. I'm gonna get a little fucking tie and everything. I need Beefy Pounder to come around here. God, I fucking hated the name. So we could spam the drinking sound? I don't think it was him who spammed it, was it? He gave me a queso con blanco or queso blanco recipe, and I actually made it last night. It was fucking amazing. It was actually really good. And the only reason why I actually like was super interested in it because it was one of those recipes where it looked too easy. And I always find that the simplest recipes are almost always the best recipes. Shut up. Divius was saying earlier that he does not. No. None of them use Deadly Dance, and I guess a little bit of stamina isn't enough to really slow it down. I think, you know, it's obviously going to, like, it has unlimited stamina during its E-buff. It's kind of like a Tiger Blade, right? Yo, yeah, there's a lot of people having issues with it, so that's why I made sure I had it on screen. So not only I was gonna put it as a chat command, but I was like, if I put it as a chat command, they can't type in chat to see the command anyways, and the people who aren't experiencing the issue can type in chat, so they're not gonna have any interest in doing it. So I was like, okay, how do we deal with this? We'll pin it to the top of the chat because people can still see that even if their chat's not working. And I'll just put a big fucking thing on screen that you can see even on the thumbnail if you're browsing the category. I made it big enough that it's not taking up too much of the screen, but if you actually go to, although I guess this is on my 1080p monitor, I should actually take a look on my 1440p monitor. I guess it's still kind of hard to read on the 1440p monitor, but on the 1080p monitor, it's a little bit easier to read. Maybe I should make it even a little bit bigger so people who are browsing the category see it. Yo, I'm doing good, Raymond. How you doing? Thanks for asking. Hey, where'd Mr. Rapullets going? I was watching him. The fuck? They cooked matchmaking. I can't talk. They cooked matchmaking hard. I've seen 2 games now that were plus 8 points. So they're just putting way too low elo people in higher games. Just imagine if you would have won that game, though. You would have won, like, 22 points. Oh, wait, no, you were plus 8. Imagine if you would have lost. You would have lost, like, 22 points. Let's see. Oh, you got Delhi in there. Then Len got popped with Segal and Sate. Yeah. Just imagine, though. Imagine if the team with the underdogs won. They would have been up huge. Yo, what is up? OX77686F616D69. Funny number. That looks like a fucking Windows error code. I'm gonna go to Google and I'm gonna type error code and I'm gonna paste your name. Let's see what pops up. It's hex for who am I? Oh, okay. Nerd, yeah. Imagine this. Coming in here being a nerd. You must have changed your name though. You've been following for a long ass time. So you must have done a name change for some reason.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
How does one get into Pico? You send Corgi a Tim Hortons gift card with your application. Big booty Leon. You know, you might not need to send the gift card if you just got proof of the big booty. You know, that's his kink, right? He let Pig in after all. Yeah. Kidding aside, though, I actually have no idea how the application process works. There's probably something on the page. Let's see. So it looks like you message Solnir on Discord, and you get fucking winked at by the hentai virus. Should make more coffee. By the way, we're gonna have a little bit of a longer stream today. My older daughter and her friend are gonna walk by the school and pick up my younger daughter, and they're all gonna walk home together. Starting on too, our streams in general are gonna just be longer. This is the very last week of dance. In fact, I don't have to do any more driving around for dance. Tomorrow they have their final dance exams for the year, and they're off for the summer. Then they got 1 month left at school. I will now do the dancing, yeah. The dirty dancing. Where that wife at? She needs to get home right now. I actually need to do a little bit of home improvements this weekend, though. I think on Sunday. Sunday, I'm going to... I got a bunch of cupboards that I want to fix. And they just need to be, like... They're getting a little bit of, like, beaten up and stuff, so I actually just want to touch them up with a little bit of paint. I also have another, like, the old, like, half of the bar that's still here. That I wanted to keep. I need to paint that to match the rest of the basement. I think I'm going to pull the tiles off the top of it too, because I plan on replacing those. I have leftover flooring too, and I'm thinking of doing my stairs. Pulling the old stair covers up and put new ones down. Then I don't have like 5 boxes of leftover flooring sitting in my house till the end of time. Yeah, my downstairs floors look great, but like I said, I got 5 leftover boxes. We estimated it would take about 1,000 square feet to do the whole basement, and the guy, Scotty, who did our basement, was super fast and super efficient, and I guess was really, really, really good at minimizing waste and not doing unnecessary cuts, because the whole thing looks fucking awesome. But we have like 5 boxes left over, so... And because it was special order, you can't return it, so... I don't really have enough to redo, like, do a whole room, but I'm thinking maybe it's a good opportunity to just do the stairs. I don't know if I want to pay someone $1,000 to come in and do it themselves, though. I think the stairs are something I could the stairs are something I could tackle myself. Keep some women for the rest of us, please and thank you. What are you talking about? I already have a woman. And I have 2 daughters. If anything, I'm creating more women. Just become a man that's worth having, and then maybe you can have one of my daughters. Huh? Hey, I need a few goats. I'm kidding. Can you imagine back in the day, though, fucking arranged marriages where they'd sell or trade off their daughters for fucking livestock? Crazy times. Ten cows, yeah. And then the guy would counter bargain. He'd be like, okay, but 10 good cows? Or 10 starved cows? I want to see the cows first. Yeah, because if it's the shitty cows, I think I'm gonna need a little bit more. Maybe make it a dozen, you know? That has a deeper voice when he talks to 3 women pregnant right in the spot. I tend to talk a little bit softer when I'm out because because of the depth of my voice, and people who have a deep voice know this. When you have a deeper voice, if you talk at a normal volume, it's kind of harder to understand. So you have to talk louder. And in the process of talking louder, your voice is like, because of the depth of it, it comes off as even louder. And it just, people always feel like you're yelling. It'll turn heads. So you naturally have to try to talk softer. Where when I'm at home on stream, you know, I could yell and shit, I don't care. I just turn my microphone down a bit. It's also part of the reason too, like you'll notice this as well, is people with deeper voices, if they are passionate about something they are talking about and they start raising their voice, they may not necessarily be trying to yell, but it comes off as yelling for the exact same reasons I just stated. There, I'll I'll try to simulate how I talk when I'm out.
Hey, how y'all doing? What's up? Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Welcome to the channel.
Is that better? That's how I talk when I'm out. Rank 1 shy is 37 and 90. What is the meta for shy? Play your 10 placements on another character and then try to quickly get a positive win rate. Like win 11 games on your shy, then try to hold a positive win rate and then lock that shit in and just never play again. You don't have to get positive anymore? I thought you had to go positive in order to get the rank 1 title. Like you would technically be rank 1 still, but if you wanted the statue, I thought you had to be positive. Oh, really? So somebody could play like 1,000 games, or not 1,000, like 200 games on Shy, and then just spam games on like Akuno and just steal that #1 spot? That's fucked up. I'm gonna go be rank 1 Shy, chat. How fucking funny would that be? That'd actually be kind of hilarious. To just play a bunch of games on Shy, and then climb on something else. That'd be such a fucked up thing to do to the people actually playing it though. Yeah, I've been seeing this a lot with the Sages too, Divios. Where, like, every day there's like 1 or 2 Sages in the top 100, but it seems to, like, every day it's a different Sage. They just keep dipping in and out of top 100. Although the Sages on EU are doing well. So I don't know what they're doing differently. Maybe they're better at running. Because Cadge has a whole post. Like, you can tell he's still super fucking mad about Sage. And, you know, rightfully so. EU has less assassins, way more tanks. And tanks are a lot easier to deal with as a Sage. It's those assassins that fuck up your forward guards that are an absolute menace. The ones that get behind your forward guards, right? Super fast and quickly. Okay, so in other words, keep nerfing the assassins and Sage is back. I like this. Yeah. Yeah, Wizard isn't good. That's weak bait. As Hunter would say, that's a weak bait. Ooh, a little 500 cron boss. A little bill and a half from that boss. I like it. As Hunter would say, weak fucking bait. Maybe I should fucking join Dumbledore's school for the losers and become Harry Potter. What the hell? Maybe it's time to be a Thuckwiz. Give up my grab, but have infinite stamina. I have an absolute banging wizard name too. Not to mention I could finally get that Sleepless Sun hat that I've always been eyeballing. Wait a goddamn minute. Maybe I've been a wizard all along. No. Close. You're thinking of my witch. Oh, wait. Which one was it? Fuck, I'm confused now. I got Marlene the Rizzler is my witch, and Marlon the Fizzler, I think, is my wizard. Where is it? Yeah, Marlon the Fizzler, because he fizzles all his spells. That's my wizard. And then my witch is Marlene the Rizzler. Yo, wait. Wait. If I go witch, can't I wear that new outfit on her? Oh, hell yeah. I be casting spells on all of you. Holy. Wait a fucking minute. No ass? Yeah, I need to customize her. This is the default because I went in there. But what about Guardian? Oh, yes. Peekaboo. Put those weapons away. Pull those weapons out. That's better. Now we're fucking talking. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the Magoria bandana paired with the something Silent Night mask and the Crimson Flame armor. I fucking really like this setup. Yo, there was actually a really cool Guardian setup on the Reddit. Let's see if I can find it. Look at this setup for Guardian. That shit's sick. Did I iframe the first buff? Why do I not have the buff? I think I did. Divios, if they ended up giving Suck Warrior the same treatment that they just gave Awaken Warrior, where they give it more HP on hit, Suck Warrior is so much fucking fun now. It is so much fun. I did like a dozen practice games on Suck Warrior, and I had so much more fun playing it than I did on Awakened Sage, even though Awakening Sage was so much better at stomping chuds. You stay away from Reddit? I usually do too, but somebody showed me that and I was like, damn, that's actually a really good outfit. They did a good job with that. God damn it, I iframed the last buff. Ugh. It has scars heals, but I guess that's all in group. Yeah, actually they did do that too. I completely forgot about that. So they, in a sense, they kind of did do that a little bit. Not to mention, you still have Pulverize. A little heal on use. It's crazy how many CCs, like, Suck Warriors, like a Suck Sage in regards to its AoE size and how many CCs it shits out. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, and what I was saying earlier, Divios, is that's kind of a big deal, because if they get stamina back in that linger and they can no longer sit there for 3 seconds getting stamina back, like that's a pretty big stamina hit, right? Not to mention it'll force them to burn other cooldowns if they want to stay protected, or open them up if they don't. Yeah. Little changes like that are they can be massively impactful. Really? Oh shit, that is a big deal. See if Stream Elements paid me yet. Nope. Oh, fuck me. Oh, shit. Apparently they made Awakened Maywa worse. Because even though I guess the other stuff they made better, they made her stamina management even harder. Apparently Pink's crashed out and uninstalled the game. If they did in fact nerf its awakening Maywa's stamina more, that's kind of crazy. I don't think anybody was ever complaining about Awakened Maywa having too much stamina. If they keep going down this road of nerfing lingers and stamina recovery and stamina of other classes, then I might not feel so bad about what they've done to Awakened Sage's stamina. But I still think that maybe they should give us a little bit of neutral back. It sucks having no neutral and no stamina. I'd still prefer if they just address the main problem, which is the ungodly damage on the fully protected movement. Yeah. That's what I think they should have done, Divios. I don't necessarily... Obviously, I'd prefer super armor on Lightning Prison. But to me, it would have made sense to... Like, because it was, like, Lightning Prison super armor into Forward Guard Interrogate. Well, when they changed Lightning Prison to Forward Guard, I don't know why they didn't just flip it instead. Say, hey, if you want the super armor, then you have to do the Forward Guard first. So you still have to be careful with your positioning with Lightning Prison, but once you get into the Interrogate, and I think Interrogate's a better option for the super armor because you're locked into each throwing animation, right? You can decide to stop in the middle between them, but you're locked into throwing animation. So it kind of creates an opportunity for counterplay where if the Sage tries to do that and there's a grab available, then either A, you could try to trade into it if you're a damage class without a grab, or B, if you are a grab class and your grab is available, you can try to grab the Sage, right? It creates counterplay having a protection like that. Seems like a much healthier design. Yeah, Energized Thorn is fucking insane how bad it is. I still don't think they realize it's bugged. I cannot imagine that it is supposed to have 2 cast bars. And to me, it's very clear what they did. Is they took a Tor's Energy and they took Automagia and... No. What one was it? There was 2 abilities where they took 2 animations and mashed them together to make the Energized Thorn animation, and it's like they kept the cast bars for both. So it does that. Yeah, it's like so fucking dumb. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, watch this shit. Watch the cast bar. I'm sorry. Look. It does 2 fucking casts. If they got rid of the second cast and made it more like a Suck Sage ability where it does the cast and then you could rift and drop it, that would be better. But it's like, what the fuck is this double cast bullshit? Like, it's so crazy. Or at least if you're gonna keep it a double cast like that, that thing should fucking nuke. Because you're locked in a Forward Guard animation that's for fucking ever. Turn that shit into a fucking absolute bomb. If you're gonna make it have that crazy of an animation. Piercing? Oh, Piercing Spear is really good for a backup re-CC. And even if you're at a safe distance, to kind of throw from a distance. Leave a loot behind. Keep the loot. What pets do I have out? Oh, my fishing pets. Also, can we please, for the love of God, make pets character-based? So when you swap characters, it remembers what pets you had out on that character? Please, for the love of fucking God. I don't want to have to remember to pull my grinding pets out. I don't want to have to remember to pull my fishing pets out. I don't want to have to remember to pull out my gathering pets. Just let that character remember that shit. Fuck. That's what groups are for. And it's still unnecessary. You wouldn't fucking need that shit if it just did it automatically. I mean, have it just remember the group. Is that so hard? Right? It does that with crystals already. Imagine if every time you swapped characters from your life skiller to your grinder to PvP character, if you had to every single time remember to swap your crystals. Just have it remember the group you have pulled out on that character, the same way it remembers which add-ons you have pulled out, or which crystals you have on that character. I wonder what this part 3 of this event's gonna be. This is only part 2, and there's apparently a bigger boss or something coming. Does anyone know if they silent nerfed Lon's Eradicate grab last night? It's not working this morning, and not sure if it's lag or nerf. I don't think they did a patch last night. Aside from what's on Global Lab, right? But that obviously would affect Global Lab. Ooh, that makes sense, Nebra. Yeah, I think you're right. I hope it keeps level 2 still going, though. I hope we still get these guys as well. I wonder if they're going to keep ramping it up. Do we know if part 3 is the last part? I wonder if like every 2 weeks they're going to ramp it up a bit more, all the way up until the ball. You don't think we get any more past part 3, but I might be wrong, and this is PA's way of giving out crons instead of through coupon codes and logins. I mean, I don't hate it if they want to keep doing events. I much prefer that instead of them just giving out handouts, that they do things that encourage people to play the game. I think it's much healthier for the game. So, you know, I definitely hope that's true. But they'll definitely still give out stuff at the ball. I think the ball is a good exception for giving things away because like it's meant to be like a really exciting event. But as for like the rest of the year, instead of just giving away codes randomly, I do like it to be something more in-game driven. Yeah. Yeah, since we saw a little bit of a refresh on the first one, I could definitely see us getting another one. I'm just about done clearing this thing out, too. What the hell is it? Oh, it's right here. I have one thing left to buy here. Put this down here. Wait, why isn't this stacking with the other ones? Is it because I have too many? Oh no, that's a weapon exchange stack. Oh. Add that to the pile of boxes that are slowly filling up my Sage's inventory. How many did I grind? Not how many did I grind. How many did I gather? And a lot. You got them like crazy from gathering. Every time you get a minigame and you get that shit, boom, you get a big fucking chunk of them. Gathering is the best. I don't know if it's the best. Grinding's a lot better now that you're getting these mini bosses, and each one of those gives 20. But like when it came to that mini game, every time you got a mini game, it was like 20 if you got an event item at the same time. Or I guess it would be 10, not 20. But you get those mini games like crazy gathering. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, with this event, if you grind, you're definitely going to be able to get all that stuff, too. I should even take a look at how many gold bars you get per each of these. Is it like a 100k gold bar per token? Yeah, it is too. So that's definitely going to add up pretty quickly too. The class circus was fun. Back to Musa. What do you mean? You're a striker. Wait, why aren't you on Velk? Just think, you could be running around saving people's lives like back in the day, back in the desert, saving Huntler. If it wasn't for you, Huntler wouldn't be here today. Unsavable. Need a cup of coffee, chat. You know what? I'm gonna go walk down to the, it's literally right on the corner. There's a little coffee shop. I'm gonna go grab something fancy. I'm feeling like a mocha or something. I'll be 5 minutes tops. I'm feeling like something fancy today. I'm feeling like being a little fancy, chat. I'll be right back. Give me my mouse back, stupid fucking loading screen. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. How long was that, chat? How long was that? How long was I gone for? I've actually never walked down there before. Even though they've been there for a little while. See, Fancy Pants over here, that was 01, it's 09. I guess it almost took 10 minutes. I ended up getting I was going to go get a mocha, but I ended up getting a cinnamon bun latte, a Carmelo cinnamon bun, or a Carmelo sticky bun latte, which I'm guessing is just a fancy way to say cinnamon bun, but I think it has caramel on top too. So basically, I have diabetes now, chat. But it's fucking delicious. That's good. A little expensive though, $6. My wife was so pissed last Sunday, by the way, you guys. So we're gonna take the kids for a bike ride, right? My wife and I will grab the dogs. The kids will ride their bikes. They do a few laps around the trail while we do one lap with the dogs. It's gonna be a great day. I say, hey, why don't we stop and get some coffee so we can drink some coffee while we're walking? My wife's like, sure. The kids are like, can we go to Starbucks? We got gift cards. I'm like, no, I don't want to go to Starbucks. They always take too fucking long and they're too fucking expensive. But Dad, we got the gift cards. My wife gives me the look and I'm like, they always take so fucking long. Anyways, I cave. We go to the Starbucks. Pull into the Starbucks. I look at the clock. It's 1 p.m. Family goes in. Wife asks, what do you want? I say, I don't know. Just get me something strong with an extra shot of espresso. He goes, okay. 105. 1010. 115. 120. 125. All of a sudden, my phone. Ba-ding. Look at it. My wife. I just had to be that person, implying to me that she had to go fucking make a scene. Apparently, for some reason, they must have forgot about her order, and I guess it took her 25 fucking minutes to eventually speak up. But we didn't end up pulling out of there till 1:35. 35 fucking minutes to get 4 fucking drinks. And this is even crazier to me because I used to manage a Starbucks. If my district manager ever caught wind, we took even half that time, I would have had my ass chewed the fuck out. I had this process when training new employees where one of Starbucks things is they want you to get in and out in 4 minutes. 4 minutes from the time you walk in the door to the time you leave. And 4 minutes doesn't seem like much. But what I tell my employees, what I got all my employees to do when they were trainees, part of the training was, here's a timer, I put it on top, I set it to 4 minutes, and I say, wait for this to finish, and do nothing else. And every single time afterwards, they go, holy crap, when you're waiting, that feels like forever. And I'm like, yes, that's the point. When the customer's on the other side waiting for their drink, 4 minutes feels like forever. So I don't want it to ever be any longer than 4 minutes. Aside from, obviously there's some circumstances where maybe, it's warranted. But as a baseline, it should never go above 4 minutes. So the fact that it took my wife and kids 35 minutes to get our 4 drinks is fucking crazy to me. Because, yeah, that 4 minutes, it seems like a long time while you're sitting there waiting. It's like, well, what are the customers doing? They're sitting there waiting, right? Oh, absolutely, right? You could be like, hey, sorry, there's an issue with our machine. It's just going to take a minute. Or whatever the reasoning might be. Usually if you communicate that with people, they're good about it, right? $35 fucking minutes to buy a bunch of overpriced drinks. Blows my mind. I told my wife, and the reason why she was probably more mad than anything else was because she knew that the I told you so was coming. When the kids first mentioned Starbucks at home and I said, no, I don't want to go there. It takes too long and they're too expensive. The fact that it took that 35 minutes probably pissed my wife off more because she knew the second she was getting in the car, I was saying, I told you so. And you bet your ass I said it. Not once, but I made sure I said it twice. Huh. Yeah, but they communicate to me that Brenda's being a bitch and is reluctant to me and my gigantic Dumble mocha chocolate chip latte, or is she going to be standing there glaring at me the entire time because I came in 20 seconds before closing? Hey, you know what? It's just a coffee shop. I understand if you walk into a pizza place 2 minutes before closing and you order a fucking bunch of pizzas, that's fucked up. That's absolutely fucked up. But if it's a coffee shop, it takes under, like I said, it should take no more than a minute or two to make a drink and then another minute or two to clean up. If you're cleaning up before you're closed and now you have to re-clean, that's a fucking you problem. That's a time management problem. But also Brenda shouldn't be being a bitch. Yeah, but like I said, I used to manage a Starbucks, and my district manager literally would have chewed my ass out. It would have been nothing but problems for me if they knew customers were waiting that long. It probably would have been faster going through the drive-thru, because what I imagine part of the problem was is maybe they were understaffed or something that day, and they were putting priority on the drive-thru. Oh yeah, and there's probably even less tolerance for that too, right, Kanjara? Because like if you make your way all the way to a coffee shop, you're obviously still gonna most likely wait a pretty reasonable amount of time to get your drink before you just walk out the door, especially since you got to pay first. But if you're in an industry like that, where the customer is just trying to browse your website and find a product and they haven't purchased or anything yet, if that site isn't working, they're going to a new site in fucking 15 seconds. By the way, remember how I told you guys I made egg salad for lunch? So I went to go get the coffee. Didn't think anything of it. Getting back home, open my door, step into my house. It smells like someone let out the biggest egg fart in my house. I didn't smell it before I left, but as soon as I got home, that egg salad I made stunk up the house, so I had to open up the windows before I came back downstairs. All the windows are open upstairs now. Stinking up the neighborhood. Do I have an EU account? I technically do, but I don't play it. I hate that. When I worked in a restaurant, we still had to seat people when they walked in 2 minutes to close, and then of course that table wants to sit with their food for the next hour and a half. Yeah. I mean, if you're the owner, that probably still sucks, but I mean, you know, you're still making money maybe, but hopefully they tip too, right? Like, if there was ever a situation like that and I walked in late and like, let's say I didn't know, here I'm gonna paint a situation, right? I walk into a restaurant, I don't know when they open or close, but I'm just walking in because I'm hungry. Upon talking to the hostess or whatnot, I ask for a table and they say, hey, we're actually just closing in 5 minutes, but we could take you anyways. Knowing that situation, that they're willing to stay open and still serve me, I'm gonna give them a nice fucking tip. Because I know they're going out of their way, right? Unless for some reason everything ends up being completely dog shit. But I'm gonna already be like in a tipping mood if you're willing to do that. Is it Node War ready? I'm wondering how much effort it is to get one set up. Oh, well, I mean, it probably depends on the Node War. I doubt it's Node War ready. No, I have like legit, I didn't do seasons, I didn't do anything. I literally just made a character and ran the Magnus so I could do AOS on it like fucking 3 years ago. And then they centralized the servers on NA and now I have no interest. Has anybody managed to get 10,000 crowns yet from one of these boxes? Does Maywell have a grab? No. Or do you mean gap? I'm sure there's some gaps. And good morning. How you doing today, Knight? One second. I need to check something. Suckdrack is getting some pretty big changes. If you just like trying new classes, I'd say pay attention to Global Lab and just kind of see like what's going on with what classes. For a chat, I just gotta do something with my PayPal. So Drac is OP now or just good? I think Awakened Drac is good. I don't think it's OP. Stuck Drac is going to have a much easier time managing its ions, which is huge for it. Yeah, why the fuck am I stuck in a forever loading screen? Nice. Rubber bang. Awakened Guardian for the view? Yeah, especially with the Venextress. Venecta outfit? Fuck. Some of the swings she does? Right? Think about it for a second, chat. Just think about it. Think about some of these attacks. The back end view of it. I really should though, tag my Guardian just to see how it feels down here. Because I used to, like, I spent like almost a year grinding down here on Guardian at one point. Why is this stuck in a forever fucking loading loop? Maybe I need to open this in a different browser. One second, I'm trying to verify my bank account with my PayPal because my bank merged with another bank and I'm relinking it and making sure that everything is good. In order to do that, it sends you to deposits. Oh, okay. So even though it was stuck in a forever loading screen, it didn't tell me that the confirmation was verified. Now that I went back to the page, it now says it's verified. So it looks like I don't have to worry about any of that. Great. Oops, money gone, sorry. Well, that's the thing, is they actually send you money. Right? PayPal sends you a deposit, 2 deposits of like under 50 cents. So it'll be like, for example, for me it was 6 cents and 10 cents. And then they send it to your bank account. And all you gotta do is you gotta look at your bank account, see what those 2 deposits are. And then you verify it. You go to PayPal, and you put in like 6 cents, 10 cents, right? To verify that you got them and the numbers match. And then that validates that that is your account. And then they withdraw the, you know, the 16 cents back. It's just I needed to transfer like a good chunk of money to my bank account. And I didn't want it to get lost to the void since my bank is merging with another bank. I wanted to make sure all that shit is linked up perfectly. Transit number, institution number, my account number changed, all that shit. I didn't want to accidentally transfer it. I've been holding off moving any money right now. So I didn't want to accidentally transfer and it go to the old account, which maybe doesn't exist anymore. There's an issue with, like, maybe there's like a forwarding on it for temporarily. But whatever it was, I just figured I don't want to go through any of the hassle of any like little hitches. I'll just make sure that I get everything nailed down before I try to move any money. Because I know if I'm trying to chase down my own money, I am not going to be happy. That shit makes me angry. How does Awakened Mystic do endgame? I think for grinding, Awakened Mystic's a good grinder, right, chat? I think it's one of those really good grinders. Hey, you changed your POV? I tried to change it so it was better for you, Bingy. I missed you. How you doing, baby? So 1, 2, 3 combo discharge. You stop playing BDO. I had a feeling because you haven't been around in a little while, and I haven't seen you like in game or anything. You haven't been doing any AOS, and you're usually like, you usually do really well in AOS. You thinking about coming back? Probably not until they fix Awaken Zerk, I'm guessing. I know that's your one true love. No one makes the game fun. Well, the sad thing is that it's not up to the players to make the game fun. If the players have to make the game fun, then the developer's failing. But I personally think the game's a lot of fun. I certainly think it could be more fun. You just got tired of people not wanting to fight? Yeah, and that's always been the case. Most of the time, most people don't want to fight. Most of the time, people would fight because they had to fight. Because they didn't have a choice, right? Because a guild would continue pressuring them. Just the game made it easier to not fight, right? Otherwise, nothing else has changed. The game just made it easier to not fight. And I feel you. Open world was so fun. It's also the developer too that like, it feels very unfun to fight open world. Because most of the time, like, you're just out there grinding, doing your thing, and someone shows up and ganks you, and then they leave before you swap your shit. And then because people leave, people don't want to swap their shit, and then they just swap channels. So you end up just, fucking Arsha is just a bunch of people attacking other people and leaving, while the people who get attacked swap. I think that, I think Arsha would be a lot more enjoyable if they made it so you were in your PvE and your PvP setup at the same time there, right? If you could defend yourself while grinding, I think you'd see a lot more people spending time on Arsha. Which doesn't really say much, because a lot more than 0 is, like, technically 1's a lot more than 0. And I know I'm being hyperbolic, it's not actually 0, but it's definitely a figment of what it used to be. What is the meaning of the plus 50% if you can't grind on it unbothered? The thing is that it isn't just the reward. It's also the bragging rights, right? Because you're right. If you get bothered, plus 50% when you already have a 300% drop rate is such a small amount. And it's not even plus 50% of your total silver per hour. It's plus 50% of only the drops. And the game has shifted so much towards the trash loot being a major contributor to your silver that it's more like plus 50% on 300% that's only affecting 50% of your total trash or your total income, right? So yeah, if you spend almost any time PvPing, it's completely counterintuitive to making money. But here's the big but. A lot of it would be just bragging rights for your guild. Keeping other guilds off Arsha and being like, come get some. We're on Arsha, you're not, bitch. Right? That was one of the main motivators for strong guilds to be on Arsha, is to just try to flex that they're able to grind on Arsha and you're not. But now, like, nobody cares about it for partly that reason that you stated, but also it's like you can't defend yourself. So instead, you just end up having a bunch of people with an ego. They attack, or I shouldn't say a bunch of people, a handful of people with an ego who attack other people while they're in their PvE setup and then leave as soon as they swap, which is completely unfun, right? I don't mind getting my ass kicked, but at least let me put my shit on. At least let me put my shit on before I get shit on, you know? Thanks, Trep. At least somebody's laughing for me. I can always count on Trep. He's changed ever since he got a deck weapon. Deck weapon? Deck weapon. Ever since he got a deck weapon, you got your latte with LEDs. It's true, it is a latte. I walked down to the corner store, although it's a little mom and pop place, it's a local place, it's not a Starbucks. But I got myself a sticky bun latte. And your wide mouth vagina? Shut up. You're just jealous. Mocking 1-0. It doesn't mean that. I just say I take fun in it. It's fun. Did you wear your Uggs when walking down the street? No, I think Uggs are ugly. Probably why they called them Uggs. I'll give you guys 2 guesses what kind of shoes I wear. And I want you to remember I'm a 40-year-old man, so you probably only need 1 guess. It's not Crocs. I don't even know what New Balance is, but not New Balance. Is New Balance the new thing? Not Vans. Oh my god, you guys actually need more than 1 guess. There you go, somebody said it. Somebody said it. Sketchies? That's right. It was Skechers. It was funny too. Beefy, I don't know if you remember or if you were here, but Suna came in here one time and he was just making a joke. He's like, yeah, this guy probably puts on his wood scented deodorant and puts on his Skechers and then goes out for a walk. And I legit had like a sandalwood scented deodorant and Skechers. I had to put them side by side holding them and send him a picture. Because he fucking nailed it. Fucking man nailed it. I don't care what anybody says. I fucking like my Skechers, so fuck you. They're not expensive. They're comfortable. I ain't trying to fucking be stylish. So, you know what? Fuck you guys. I like my Skechers. Make fun of me all you fucking want. You ain't gonna make me stop. You'll dress like a lumberjack who's afraid to lift an axe? It is crazy. No, I actually can axe quite good, thank you very much. Just axe your mother. I'm splitting her in 2 all night. Zeph getting his midday coffee. Oh, do I even want to see what this is? Holy. It's funny how fucking pale I look too. I look like a fucking vampire in there. Like I shouldn't be out because it's daylight. Tommy Bahama? I don't even know what that is. Some golden goose on your feet? I don't even know what golden goose is either. Have you gotten any 530 crons yet? I don't think so. Like, I haven't got one of those big drops or whatever. I think if we lived close to each other... Oh, here we go. He's about to say some shit. We would hang? I'd hang with you. I think you'd be fun. I'd smoke a weed with you. What a reference? Yeah, that's an old reference. That's an old reference. That was Tox. Not Tox. Was it Tox? No. Something toxic related. It was Avid? Who is he talking to, though? Yeah, I was thinking of Toxic or Kamunga. It's a monster? Oh my god, that new outfit makes me want to play my Guardian. One thing that was always so comfy about keeping up to a fight with Suck Guardian is you just put out your shield and you just fucking run. You could sprint with your shield out, full SA. You have classes trying to block jump you and shit, and you're still just running. Fucking nothing they can do about it. I miss that shit. We could sit in the backyard, have a cigar, and relax. Yo, that sounds nice. Have a beer, sit in the sun, smoke a cigar. I haven't smoked a cigar in quite a long time. You got a pick for me? Are you gonna resend me the Neptunes one? Because I had to share that yesterday, and I'm pretty sure my whole stream bleached their eyes. Yeah. Well, I had this stream ask me about it, or I brought it up, but I didn't obviously, for obvious reasons, I didn't link it in stream, right? But I brought it up and then I described it, and somebody was like, I need to see that. So I was like, okay, I'll put it in my meme Discord. There's no way I'm linking it or showing it on Twitch, but I'll put it in my meme Discord and I'll spoiler it. So click at your own risk. And then, yeah, some people clicked it and found it hilarious. And then I decided to ruin everybody's fucking day in Pico, and I linked it in there. Look who I got in my game last night. Let's see. Oh my god, the king has returned! Why didn't he stream on Kick, by the way? Wait, did the Olvia Academy get refreshed? Should I be doing that, chat? Is it worth doing? Yeah, King of All Sand, he was another one of those early streamers that he was so fun to watch. Did Sasha stream again? He must just always stream so late that I miss it. That's got to be like in the fucking morning for him. Right? If he's starting streaming at like 9 p.m. my time, that's like fucking 9 a.m. his time unless he moved. Yeah. Well, it'd be a perfect opportunity for him to join the PvP Academy, right? He's trying to get masters of everything to help out new players in his guild. He could be like the ping man, right? Where he just runs around and everybody follows the ping. He used to do that all the time. I remember back in Snake, we used to crash the party all the time. They'd be doing like fucking ping Olympics or some shit, and you'd see Sasha standing on a rock pinging, and the ball has to chase the ping around. And then all of a sudden, fucking Snake would show up. I think even Cho, maybe even at times too, would fucking show up and crash the party. Ah, the good old days, man. I miss those days. The good old days. Lights are cool as fuck. Thank you, I appreciate it. I really like how they turned out too. I was really apprehensive about using them, but they've really grown on me. I actually have really nice lighting in this room now. That's like super easy on my eyes too. My room actually now would be perfect for like an LED screen. Or sorry, why can't I fucking think about that? What is the name of the monitor? That OLEDs, yeah. My next monitor is definitely going to be a tandem OLED. Or if they have something better at the time. Part of me really wants to get rid of my other screen too, because I still have a 1080p monitor and I want to get rid of it. You still recommend this MSI one? Do you have a link to it? Too slow. Let's see what kind of pricing we have on that. This item cannot be shipped to your location. I'll have to take a look at that on the Canadian site here. Oh my god, $1,000 Canadian. Wait, maybe it isn't. Okay, 271 QP. They not sell them here? I got 274s, 245, 272, 272F, 274CF, 272 QP. Regular $750, on for $550. It's actually a pretty good deal. 275, 274. Free delivery too. Oh, it's marked as a frequently returned item. Uh-oh. It's got a 4.8 customer review though. Only 41 reviews. Huh. Ooh, a matte screen finish too. I like the matte screen. 240 hertz. That's good. Oh, there's a QPX here. Only 2 in stock at $1,100. Oh! 3rd generation QD OLED. Now that I've looked at 2 frickin' links for monitors, I'm going to start getting flooded with monitor advertisements. Yo, what's up, Yuki? Kong sticks? I don't even know what Kong sticks are. What's this new monitor trip? Damn, look at that. 1100 US. 540 hertz, 2K, 27 inch. What's a Consafe Sticks? Is that a monitor? Is Kong a brand? I don't know if I've ever heard of Kong, the monitor brand. 24.5? I think 27 is nice. For the distance I am from the monitor, I feel like 27 inches is good. Oh! You're talking dog toys. Where'd that conversation come up? You got it for under $400. Yeah, I don't know what monitor you're looking at. The one you linked, I can't find it on the Canadian site. There is... Yeah, I can't find the 271. I could only find the 272. Because you're a dog. Ow! The same but glossy. Yeah, I prefer matted finish, but a lot of that had to do with the previous environment I was in. I don't know if these LEDs behind me would give me an issue with a gloss finish monitor, with them being directly behind me. I might be able to see them reflecting the screen. That might be a problem. How much an hour am I making? I'm not sure. I'm just grinding. It's possible there's some funky shit going on with naming and features, yeah. My fucking dad. He's fucking cute. Yeah, I finished the new treasure item Renegade. See? Right there. Spent about 40 hours getting it. Probably made about 100 bill while doing it too. Like, it was worth over 100 bill. Actually, probably like 200 bill. It was very, very, very worth it. I mean, let me do a rough calculation. Just hards at Caphras. How much are Caphras worth? I actually sold them for 2.3. We'll just say 2 million. End up having 12,000 of those. So that's about 24 mil after tax. And I had 15,000 sharps. Did I say hards? I didn't mean to. Just old habit. Times 5 mil a pop. That's 75 mil. So that's 100 mil just between the Caphras and Sharps. Plus all the treasure item things, right? Those things at max price are 3 mil a pop. And I got 6,000 of those. That's like another 18 bill right there. And then between all the blood and stuff that I sold. And, fuck, what were the other things? Oh, I haven't even sold them all either, right? I got a fuckload of these black gem fragments. Probably like 5 bill worth of those. Surprisingly enough, like it ended up working out too, like pretty close to like somewhere between 4 to 5 bill an hour. Some of the other life skills dragged it down, but like lumbering was really good. I thought there was going to be a massive opportunity cost going for it, but there really wasn't. It also helps, though, that I had a full deck life skill set. Not that you need full deck to get to 3k mastery. You could do it with just Oct ones. But you could probably hit a pretty reasonable, with even just pen prions and a full life skill, full mastery crystals and like decent gathering mastery, you're probably still hitting already like 2,700 there, right? You just need to pop a couple scrolls, because I didn't pop it, either of these scrolls, and people usually have a ton of them, right? The Giovins and the Rolands. Or sorry, Florins. Yeah, gathering is actually pretty good money. I'm actually curious how much mastery I'd have if I had Tet clothes, a pen tool, full crystals, and pen prions. So I'm at about 3,400 with that stuff. Let's see, lumbering axe. So it's like 500 down, or 400 to 300, so that's 100 less. So that's, 3,100. Sorry, 3,300, 3,200. $250 down to 130, so it's 120 less. So we're now at like 320 in total. $440. $540, $640, $670, $785, 900 less mastery. So, yeah, that would bring me down from 3,400 to 2,500 without having to pop any consumables, right? And not counting that 500 mastery buff that you get while gathering now. But that buff doesn't have 100% uptime. So yeah, it'd be pretty easy to get to 2,500 plus mastery. Ugh. Check Twitch PMs? Okay, one sec. Ooh, okay. Leave me alone, fish. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, fish. Woo. You're the man. Appreciate you. Another treasure item down. Shining when? Well, we're 100 pities in, so we're 40% of the way there. When did that change happen, right? When did we get the Shining Stone? I can't remember. I think in total it's going to take like 10 months. Pretty sure I get it before the end of the year. Even if I pity it. Okay, this is gonna be my first yellow in a while. Or first red in a while, I mean. It's been quite some time now. No. I don't know who was saying 3 years, but they obviously didn't look at the numbers. Like 10 months. No. No red. I mean, what's 250 divided by 4 times 5? 240 is 6, right? Plus 2.5. Or sorry, 60. So 62.5 times 5 days. 62.5 times 5. What, 30 or 310? 320 days? Assuming you do your riffs and don't add days on here and there, which I've already done. According to Byrog's workshop, Shining is 313 days. That sounds right. I was just doing some rough in my head. But yeah, under a year. That's, yeah, just a bit over 10 months, right? If I already have 100 clicks, that's 25 cycles of 5 days apiece, right? So 125 days. So yeah, I guess we've already had it for 4 months. So I have 6 months left to go. You gotta stop being too broke to click. No, you don't have to worry about it. Just make sure you're doing your riffs and you're collecting your stones. Whether you start now or you start in 6 months, it doesn't matter. You could end up finishing the same time as me, right? As long as you have the silver by then. It's a nice thing is you're able to pile up the clicks before you even go for it. Yeah. I guess the real question is what could potentially slow that down is like what's going on at the ball. Oh, what's this, Maverick? Ultra Gear. I am kind of turned off. Well, that's sold out for me. I'm kind of turned off from LG now. LG monitors, my LG dishwasher. I'm like super turned off from LG. Because my LG monitor has caused nothing but problems for me. And don't get me wrong, it looks nice, but it seems to have some weird connectivity issues. Although now those might be more Chrome related. The more that I think about it. And who knows, maybe both of those are just symptoms of a deeper issue. Maybe it wasn't the monitor or the browser. That does surprise me that, you know, there isn't more people that complain about the issue that I was having. So, it might be actually something... Those two things might be just symptoms of a deeper problem that I still haven't figured out. Oh yeah, for 4K monitors? Yeah, I can't be bothered. I mean, I wouldn't mind a 4K monitor for watching 4K like movies and stuff like that, where the GPU doesn't matter so much, but for exclusively gaming, yeah, you just aren't driving it. Most modern games, if you put them on max settings, you're not going to be pulling 240 hertz at 4K. Oh yeah, that works nicely too. For TV shows and movies, yeah, and I think that's a great application for it. Oh, I forgot to change my camera back. Oops. Whoopsie. Yeah, and that's how I originally felt about 2K as well, right? Is I originally refused to ever go past 1080p for exactly that reason, but I think hardware has been pushed enough now that you are properly driving 2K monitors for gaming. Now there's no reason not to have a 2K monitor. Yeah, I don't watch TV like normal. I actually canceled all my television services. It didn't make sense to be paying $200 a month for something that I fucking never watched. I'm always watching YouTube, Netflix, or any of that shit. Speaking of TV shows, though, I haven't watched. I'm obviously you guys have probably heard me mention I like shows like Landman, Yellowstone, and the prequels to that, Tulsa King, yada yada yada. Right? All Tyler Sheridan shit. Anyways, there's a series that I want to start called Marshals. Anybody watch that? And if so, how is it? It's good? Okay. It feels like CSI. It's a spin-off. That's what I heard. It's spin-off of Yellowstone. You watch all of Taylor Sheridan stuff? Yeah, I know. I fucking love it all. It's like that man, he just puts out the exact shit that I like. It's like it feels, I don't necessarily want to say it's like original, but it feels refreshing compared to all of the shit that I feel like these like has been just regurgitated into the market these days. Every episode is a new case. So it sounds like a show my wife would really like. She loved CSI so much. It's more realistic-ish? Okay. Yellowstone Marshals, the new Dutton Ranch, and the pre-shows before. New Dutton Ranch, is that another thing that I missed? I haven't seen that, but I watched the other ones like, what is it, 1882, 1942. I watched those. Those were all awesome. I really enjoyed those. Yeah, like I said, Tulsa King and Landman were also made by Taylor Sheridan. I didn't even realize all these shows were made by the same guy until I started mentioning them and somebody brought it up, and I was like, huh? I was like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. This man just happens to know exactly what I like to watch. And he knows his audience, and he keeps pumping that shit out. I also want to watch the, I haven't watched it yet, but Jack Ryan. Apparently there's a movie from the TV series that just came out. I want to watch that. With John, what the fuck is his name? From The Office. John Krasinski, thank you, yeah. You seen Reacher? Yes, I really like Reacher. I'm assuming you're talking about the Reacher with, holy fuck, why can't I remember his name now, too? I'm actually having a bunch of brain farts. The guy from Blue Mountain State. Yes, I really like that show. I don't know why I can't remember his name right now. Alan Richson, thank you. As someone who worked the oil and gas industry for the majority of my working career, I loved it. Landman? Was it realistic? At least in the regards to that? That guy weighed 175 pounds 5 years ago. I feel like probably not 5 years ago. I think you're like shortening your time frame. I feel like it was 5 years ago the first season of that shit was coming out. I feel like he was probably 250 pounds then, and now he's like 350 pounds because the guy's a fucking unit. Beefcake? Is that the name? Is that the terminology? He's a beefcake? It was actually so funny. So 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, before the most recent season of Reacher came out, about a year before that, my wife was in, oh fuck, it's near Toronto. I can't remember the name of the place now. For a dance thing with my daughter, my oldest daughter. And while they were there, they went to go get coffee. And they were actually, there was filming of an action scene in a movie, for a movie, at the, on that same stretch. So they were told, you know, you can just go about your thing. You could, you know, hang out. But, you know, just don't be weird. Don't be sitting there staring at the camera, right? Try to just act natural or whatnot. Anyways, it turned out it was for a scene in the TV series for Reacher. So, of course, when the series came out, my wife was like sitting there during that action scene, freeze framing, just trying to see if she could spot herself in the background. She couldn't find herself, by the way. It was like an action scene. It was the very first episode, the action scene where they're speeding down the street. Knights of the Seven Kingdoms? I didn't. I believe... Oh, maybe there's something else I'm thinking of, but no, I didn't. Your local casino? Okay. That's the scene where his wife just keeps... She goes to the fucking roulette table and just starts betting it all on black or something, right? And just keeps doubling it, doubling it, doubling it, doubling it. I remember that scene. It has this meme? What's this meme? Where's my audio? Why don't I have... Oh, there it is. Stop raping, sir. Don't be fooled. The casino here robs everyone. Oh, it absolutely does. Casinos are in the business of making money. They're not charities. The odds are stacked against you. Yes, you have instances where people do leave with money, but most do not. Nah, I'd win. True. You know what they say? Every gambler quits right before they hit it big. Extremely loyal audience. It's kind of like a church, you know? Or not a church, sorry, a library. People go there to study, and they just appreciate the fact that everybody is so quiet. It creates a nice calm environment. Where, unfortunately, we yap too much around here, so people don't like it. Have you seen they're going to be removing the cheer next week? I did. I'm not necessarily a fan. I think they should at least keep the audio. Maybe get rid of the animation. I personally think they should keep a toggle. But, I mean, even if they had a toggle, I couldn't see myself toggling it on. But I do think they should keep the sound of a drop. I hate this story, but one time me and my grandparents went out for a night. I went in with $500 on your last 100, and on your last 100 I locked up a machine for $1,200 and went around to a few different machines and got it up to over 10k, but then lost it all but $1,500 and left. Hey, you still ended up leaving with $1,000. Don't let it bum you out. That's a W. That's a lot better than most could say. Just saying, you might want to invest in cat ear headset and that mustache. Like I said, I'm gonna get my wife on stream and you guys are gonna negotiate with her about the mustache. Handlebars? Well, once again, this is part of the negotiation. You guys are going to have to negotiate what kind of mustache, and she's going to tell you how much she needs to be paid to be seen with me with that mustache. You went in with spin fever is a thing, and it got me bad. What is that? What is spin fever? I've never heard of that. What about a mohawk? Yeah. I don't. Like I said, if it's a real obnoxious thing, it's gonna cost a lot more. You're gonna have to negotiate with her, and I don't think she'll want to be seen with me with a mohawk. So, you know. The price for that, I think the Omni-Man mustache is something super reasonable. I think you guys could potentially convince her to be seen with me with that. Don't touch the hair, you're already losing it. True, it might never come back. I'm not too worried about that though. If the day comes where I gotta start shaving my head, I'm not sweating it at all. What about hair dye? Is that on the table? That'd be a lot of work because I have dark hair and you can't just put color over dark hair, right? What you need to do is you need to bleach it first if you want vibrant color. And honestly, that you would have to pay me to fucking do. Because I do not like colored hair. I'm not a fan. Even my wife, I told her, you know, stay natural. I love your natural hair. Imagine you shave it and there's a dent. I mean, there's probably a little indent, right? But that's something that goes away. People don't realize that dent in your head, unless for some reason you had a super tight headset on your head while you were growing as a child, that dent is, it's not an indent in your skull, it's a dent in the, I don't know what that, like, for lack of a better word, scalp, right? And if you just don't wear your headset for a couple days, it goes away. Oh, Dragor woke up. Some people look like a camel back there. Yeah, some people. I mean, some people will naturally have, like, misshapen heads. I'm just saying that if your head is misshapen because of your headset, it's temporary. It's not a permanent thing. Speak of dent, and the biggest dent appears. Yeah, there's Dragor. I heard you had to block Dukes today because he proved you wrong. We were all laughing at you, and you weren't here to defend yourself. You didn't block him? That's not what Dukes said. And Dukes would never lie. 1 second. Let me see his chat history. / user Dukes. Let's see. He was yapping at Divios. Some Wukong propaganda. We should do a bum fight. Nikki versus Dragor. At this point, I'm no longer a bum. Okay, maybe he is getting an ego. Checked it out. Good shit. Oh, that was from the other day. That was even from this morning. Dragor got so mad, he didn't know something on Ninja that I did. He actually blocked me on Discord. LMAO. I said Ninja has 3 super armor KDs and the motherfucker got confused. Then he started acting like nobody uses the 50% for a KD. And then he started yapping propaganda with Divios. He was counting the core, which not everyone wants, and the 50%. I wish I had a 50%. Sorry. I wish I had a super armor KD that wasn't attached to a 50%. I only have one on my 50%. Oh wait, actually I have Spear Bolt. Oh my god, I can grab that core too. But then I only have two. I need one more, and then I could be like Ninja. Okay, here we go. Here's the play. They give us super armor on a Taurus spear. Then I start running Spear Bolt core. No, that doesn't work on a Taurus spear because it normally has a... That's the 50% one. Shit. Nah, it's cooked. Blah, 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 blah. I like how fucking Dragor just crawled out of bed, pissed at Dukes. Oh, shit. I fucking love it. I mean, I don't think you could blame him. Like, honestly, he should be using it, right? It's up to Pearl Abyss to fix that shit, but you shouldn't be trying to purposely play worse. But you're right. I mean, him trying to pretend like he's not doing it is fucking obnoxious. Just be like, yeah, it's busted, but you know what? Don't hate me, hate the game. Right? For the same reasons why people hated when, like, Lawns would use click to move or Zerks would use click to move, and you would never know if they were coming or they were going, and then all of a sudden you were fucking grabbed. You couldn't get mad at Zerks or Lawns for doing that because it's the fucking game's stupid ass fault. And yeah, I don't know. This idea that somehow Wukong isn't better this season than last season, but for some reason every region, I think Wukongs are doing better than last season. I think that says otherwise. Maybe it's because everybody else is being nerfed. That's why they're doing better. Everyone else catching nerfs. Except them. I mean, they're not bad sources though. Would you rather him repeat them or Blue Squadron? He'll pick and choose what he likes though. Yeah, people are bad for that. I mean, Devios is obviously an insanely good player, right? Obviously, that's irrefutable. But the fact that he's rolling with all these guys shows that there's something about Wukong that he's using that's working. There's something there, because we've seen other extremely goated players play bad classes and not be able to climb like that. Are they maybe Divios level? I mean, maybe not. Maybe they're a bit lower, but they're not up there at the fucking top. Still just fucking dropping dick on everybody, right? So there's something there about Wukong. He played it last season and was it up there? I can't remember how much he played last season. I'm pretty confident he didn't play nearly as much this season, but I know he played at least a reasonable amount. Ain't the character, it's the player. Yeah. Once again, yes, the player can make a big difference even on a bad class, but we're not talking a normal difference here. Like, we've seen some really, really other goated players when they hop on a class that's not as strong, they don't do the same. So it definitely is mostly the player, but there is something with Wukong that's working too. $170 games, that's a fair amount then. It was a shorter season too, right? Oh yeah, the tanning treasure item is shitty. I think they all have the same amount, but it's just the tanning mini game that feels like crap. I think one thing that's also interesting is like, I don't want to shit on Dukes. He's definitely getting better, as much as some people refuse to acknowledge. Sorry, I gotta look at the other things, right? But the fact that Dukes is up at 2066 on Wukong, right? And you take a look at some of these other classes, like Dukes is not Bobo Buddy level. Not a chance, not even close. Bobo Buddy is insane. He's a very good player that happens to be on a weaker class, right? To me, that shows there is something with Wukong. There's something there that most people don't see yet. They can feel it when fighting Divios. There's something there. Warrior also isn't in a great spot, right? But it's in a better spot than it used to be. He's saying that he could do this on his Warrior. I'd like to see that. I don't think that's the case. If this is where Bobo's at, Dukes wouldn't be there. There's definitely, I don't know what it is with Wukong, but there's something about it that most people who play it haven't caught on to yet. Divios is using it very well. It is by no means a weak class. It's an unpopular class. It's probably the main thing it has going for it, is it's a class that was dwarfed by Seraph immediately out of the gate. Now, I'm not saying it's an OP class, but because I also don't think because Divios is at 2400, that means every other Wukong could be at 2400. If they just played it. Obviously, that's not true as well, right? So, but it's not a weak class. I just cannot comfortably call it a weak class. Well, is Zerg weak? I think Awakened Zerg's pretty miserable right now to play. I feel bad for Awake Zergs. I know, right, Punisher? And that fact alone makes it difficult to feel sympathy for them. And it's a bias that I acknowledge that I have. The fact that Awakened Sage was busted for a year and people want my class to now just be in the dirt forever. Fucking Awakened Zerg was like you said, a terror for so goddamn long. But I also, at the same time, don't want to fall in that same trap that, no, if your class is busted, it deserves to be now in the ground 6 feet under. I don't like that. I want everybody's class to feel fun and fair. But the fact that that class was a menace for so goddamn long makes it so hard to sympathize with them. But I know that's completely irrational of me. Yeah. And that's what I've been saying, Floey, right? If I had a choice when Awakened Sage was busted, I would have nerfed Spear Bolt, Aftershock, Judgment, Divine Executioner. All fully protected movement damage abilities. I would nerf those. I would move damage to Rift Storm like this. That's this ability. And Interrogate, which is this ability. Those are both static abilities that can be traded and punished. Then I would have removed the range grab. I would have removed the shock flows. And I would have got rid of the knockback on Impaling Flash and moved it to Lightning Surge. Instead of it being on this ability, it would have been on this ability. And I think people would have been Awakening Sage would have felt a lot more fair to fight against. They just made it feel completely miserable. And one thing you'll find in common, right, is some of the classes, if you take a look at the classes that have been the most OP throughout the history of BDO, it's always classes that kill you standing. They don't have to catch you. They don't have to be tanky. They just kill you standing. Stuck Wizard. The original DK, right? Suck Megu, Awakening Sage, Stuck Drac, even Awakened Drac. It was killing you standing. Even though it was a good catch class, it was also killing you standing. The most OP classes are always the ones, because if you don't need to catch your opponent and you can just kill them standing, now you don't need skill. You don't need to know what your opponent does anymore, because all you have to do is just keep yourself protected and keep throwing damage and you'll kill them. You don't need any other exterior class knowledge. You just need to know how to rotate your protections, right? And that's what makes classes super fucking busted, when you don't have to know what your opponent's doing to kill them. So I don't know why they continuously do this. Also Deadeye, right? When Deadeye was busted. Also Deadeye was spamming you with a bajillion hits. Right after they reduced the amount of hits in the game, they then added Deadeye with just spammed hits on you, so it would still speed you up out of shit. With multi-tick CCs on top. I think there are outliers. I mean, there's always going to be exceptions for sure, right? But I think in general it's true. I think Seraph was over-nerfed. I think that it shouldn't have been 6 seconds on the movement. I think it should have been 4 seconds. In fact, I think maybe instead of addressing the movement or putting a cooldown on the movement, maybe they should have just made the dashes shorter range. I feel really bad. 6 seconds on that second set of dashes is too much. What if they split the dashes? Well, the dashes already are kind of split, but it didn't matter that it was split before, because if the second one has no cooldown, then you always have it available off of the first dash, right? Now, if what you mean is by split, if you let them use, like, if you want to use the second dash separately, I think that would be okay, because then you could save your iframe dash. But that's one problem that Seraph now has, right? Is if you want to do... I pulled up the wrong thing. Right? Seraph doesn't have a lot of iframes. And if you want to do your main dash... sorry, if you want to do your secondary dashes, you have to do your main dash first. So it means, like, if you just want to move, you've now blown your iframe. And now you might need your iframe, but it's on cooldown because you had to use it to move first, right? So if they did maybe set a second cooldown for, not a second cooldown, a second input, and allow you to use this one separately, then you could just use these to move and then try to save this for when you need that cooldown, right? Although it is a 2-second cooldown, so that is pretty short. It is up pretty often. But this was also a problem that Warrior had for a very long time too, right? Is you're always using head chase, and that was the only iframe it had. And if I'm not mistaken, that's a 3-second cooldown. So even though you did have that one iframe, it was almost never up when you needed it to avoid something, right? Because you had to use it so often. No, maybe that is 2 seconds. Was it 3 seconds at one point? Anyways, it's still, yeah, like... I think classes having at least one good reactionary iframe for trying to avoid a grab is a good thing. And I think forcing you to constantly burn that one because all of it's attached to like your one movement ability, unfortunately puts you in this weird situation where you don't have it as a reactionary grab. I think in the case of Warrior, though, I think they're trying to remedy that through just holding your block and walking, right? They've kind of created this environment now where you just put up your shield and you walk, and then if somebody comes in, then you could do your little dash, right? So maybe they've kind of remedied that a bit with Warrior. But yeah, Seraph can't walk with its block out. But they definitely, I definitely feel like they over-nerfed Seraph. All of the other nerfs they did, I think, were perfectly fine. Fucking with the movement on a class is such a fast way to brick a class. It's such a fast way to brick a class. I mean, let's take a little peek. Let's see what's happened with the Seraphs. Because I'm pretty sure... Well, I don't know. Here, let's take a little peek, right? Arena Solaire. Because I took a screenshot. I wonder if I still have it. And I took a screenshot the night before the patch went live. Because I was like, let's see what happens to the Seraphs. Right? So this was before the patch went live. Let's see how things have changed for them. Oh, we're already on it. So Coco, I guess, played one game? Or I guess he played 2 games. He won one and lost one and ended up 1 point. But he didn't even play on Seraph. Still the same win rate. Odivan, he is at 1930. He is at... did he do the same thing? 63, 64, 63, 33. So 116, no, wait. 76, 44. Yeah, he played 1 game on Seraph and 1 game on Drac. He actually won his game on Seraph, though, right? So, but basically, he hasn't been playing. Hatred. Looks like he might be, let's see, 116... Or sorry, 113.77. He played 1 game on Seraph and lost, and he's played the rest of the games now, it looks like, on other classes. But he's only played 1 game on Seraph. Oh, 1 second, I just realized that this is covering up some of the names. Here, maybe I'll... We don't need the logos. So, these 3, technically they played, but it's been like 1 game since the nerfs. Let's see. VQT. VQ. This man wasn't even on there, so he is playing. Although, I mean, he did good with Seraph, but I don't know if he's climbed on Striker here. Okay, Roku. He was 122 to 110. So he's actually played a bunch of games and stayed with Seraph. He's at 1828. So he stayed about the same. He's been powering through. You got Liger. I know he's played a bit. Yeah, he's been powering through and just sticking with it. He's dropped a bit. You got Woos, 1900, 1803, 102, 78. Oh, he's still been playing a lot. Yeah, we have 3 Seraphs in the top 100 now. It's these 3, and the 3 that haven't played. But yeah, in general, it looks like most are either staying the same or dropping, right? Oh, 1 second. Yeah, so... Sorry, I was just messaging my wife and my daughter. Look at the Seraph win rates, all decently high. But yeah, most of those Seraphs have played before the nerfs, right, and stopped playing after. Or a good chunk of them. I think the ones that are still playing, you know, their win rate is slowly dropping to a more reasonable level. It'll take time for it to average out for the people who are still playing, that were playing before. It also depends how high you are too, right? I imagine Seraph is probably still a really good noob stomper. Like, for example, Awakening Sage is fucking crazy still. Like, because they didn't nerf Awakened Sage properly, if people don't focus it or pressure it, it still is Thanos until it runs out of stamina. And if you aren't pressuring it at all, it gets its stamina back and it does it again, right? It's like every 15 seconds, it's like dealing with a class with an E-buff, like a good E-buff. Because it's still Thanos while it has stamina. So, like, when you take that into matches where you're fighting fucking people who don't know the game, you absolutely dominate them, and it makes the class look completely fucking busted, right? So, like, until you climb up to the point where, you know, you start fighting people who do know how to consistently deal with it, you know, your win rate will be higher. Sadly, you are just a victim now. You are the target, cannot run. It's rough watching Liger play because it's legit that. There's people just chasing him down, trying to trade him down. They're not even trying to catch him, but just trying to trade him down, knowing that like he has to try to YOLO a grab. Like that class is definitely much more of a victim. It still has a fuckload of CCs, right? But not as many because it lost one on the Shift F and it lost the WF catch and its grab was nerfed a bit. And those 3 changes were definitely warranted. I think they could have done all those and Seraph would have been a lot more reasonable. Ninja's the most fun. I wouldn't say it's my best class, but it's the most fun. The thing about Ninja, and this is how I felt about Awakening Sage, is when you play a class where it feels like every single time you lose, it's because of something you did wrong or something you could have done better, then you feel like you have agency over the situations, right? You're like, you see the horizon, and you're like, okay, as long as I keep working towards it, you know, there's no situation where I am going to be a victim in it. As long as I just keep practicing. And that feels really good when you're playing strong classes, right? Where when you play a class that in certain situations, you're just, no matter how good you are, you're going to be the underdog and you're fighting uphill. Yeah, that shit, you know, will make it less fun. That's why I liked earlier Awakened Sage. Before it was busted, it felt like every situation, if I just played my ass off, I could do well, I could see where I could play better. And then they made it busted, and it's like you didn't even need to care about what your opponent was doing anymore. People could just hop on Awakened Sage, hold WF, hold Shift E, hold WQ, and they could just be successful. You literally would just rotate those abilities, the occasional Rift Chain to draw out time for cooldowns, and then you don't even need to throw your grab, you just wait for Shift E to catch somebody, right? Impaling Flash. And as soon as you see that knockback on Impaling Flash, you just flip your camera and then press E. Yeah. Too many classes have too many lingering super armors. And that's one thing that I think it might be pretty impactful with Kuno, the Awakened Kuno changes, is losing that 2-second linger. And not only that, but having that ability lock stamina. Something like that is a very big deal. So, and I really like this, Floey. I don't know if you've heard me yap. Well, I'm sure you... I never stop yapping, but yap about this is what I've always wanted them to do is, like, for years and years and years and years, it feels like they don't do anything with class balance. And then enough people start complaining, and then they do like these giant sweeping changes that never bring us any closer to balance. They just change everything around because they change so much at once that they don't even know the environment they're trying to adjust classes for anymore. It's impossible to know because you do so many changes at once. So the last few months, I think, have actually been really good. And I just hope that this becomes a new mentality for them, where we constantly see classes at the top getting a little bit chipped off of them and the classes at the bottom being built up a little bit. I think this is how they need to do changes, and they need to just keep this going. And if they keep doing what they're doing right now forever, we will end up in a... Balance will never be perfect, but we will be in a much better environment than we've ever been in if they keep doing this. Well, you can never have perfect balance, and yes, if the only way to make everything perfectly balanced is to homogenize all the classes and make sure everybody has the exact same abilities, the same amount of iframes, the same grabs, the same AoEs, the same cooldowns. And if you go down that road, yeah, the game becomes insanely boring. And nobody wants that, because no classes have identity anymore. Yeah, it's fucking garbage. But I think it's important to differentiate between meta and overpowered. There are classes that are overpowered that don't give a fuck about what's going on in the environment, and they need to be nerfed. But I think meta is something that if you have a properly set up environment, a balanced environment, the meta will chase itself, right? And a good example I like to show of this is rock, paper, scissors, right? If you had, like, let's say when everybody played BDO, they had to pick one of three classes, right? They had to pick rock, paper, or scissors. Right? You got rock. That's a fucking shitty looking rock. You have paper. And you have scissors. Right? 1 second. I'm getting another message. I better check it. Oh, my phone just fucking died. Oh. Perfect. Sounds like the kids are home. So the thing about this, right, is this is a circular system, right? Paper beats rock. Rock beats scissors. Scissors beats paper. Now, if everybody in this environment, if there's a lot of people playing scissors, it's going to feel real shitty to play paper, right? And you're going to see the population of paper drop and the population of scissors go up. Will stay the same or go up. But eventually, people will start to realize, hey, I could start playing rock, right? As paper becomes less popular, rock becomes more appealing because there's less that counters it, and it is countering the current meta. And this becomes a circular system where the population constantly cycles around depending on what's popular at the time. They're trying to get ahead of what's popular at the time. And that's perfectly fine, right? Because the system will balance itself. There's a constant rotation. But when you have something that's overpowered, all of a sudden you got your stick of dynamite that it doesn't care if you're rock, paper, or scissors. That motherfucker is blowing you up, right? And this is when something is overpowered. When you have dynamite in that mix, you got a fucking problem. That shit needs to be addressed because it defies the natural meta cycle. Well, balance is already impossible. It doesn't matter how many classes there are. Balance can never be perfect if you want class identity. Balance just always needs to remain miserable, and there needs to be counters and trade-offs. If you are strong at one thing, you need to be weak in another thing. You can't be strong in everything, right? And that was the thing about, like, a bunch of classes. Like, Awakened Drak is probably one of the best examples of this. When Awakened Drak was overpowered, it was not only an insane trader, it was a good catching class, had insane mobility, could trade you down, had insane health recovery. It was good in everything. It wasn't broken in anything, but it was good in everything, which made it broken, right? It had no trade-offs. Striker is an example of this, out-damaging Suck Rangers. I don't know about that. Suck Ranger? I would have picked a different class than that. Ain't nobody out-damaging Suck Rangers. No, definitely not literally. I played this game. Stuck Rangers have had ungodly damage. I definitely wouldn't have picked that as an example. I don't need to see whatever you're showing me. I played the game for years. Suck Rangers had ungodly damage. It is a whole other level of damage. I'm not saying Striker didn't have good damage, but Suck Ranger. Since we're making things up, I don't get it. What is that, Dragor? Oh, Flowy? The fuck? Flowy? Hello? Honestly, it's never a bad idea to brush your teeth, though. Someone else said that? You just put Duke's name on it? Gotcha. New? There is no shot. If you genuinely feel like that isn't a direct massive nerf, it shows you do not know Striker. It's not even all of his healing. The one ability that got the majority of the HP on hit is it's a PvE ability. They don't use it in a combo. They definitely won't be using it in neutral or trading or anything like that. The only thing that did get beneficial is, yes, Battle Cry. It got like what, an extra 40 HP, and it has to hit. But those other abilities, those are the juicers. Those are the ones that would give 600 HP, like, what was it, 600 HP every 6 seconds? Or was it 400? I can't remember. And all you had to do was use the ability. You didn't have to actually hit anybody with it, right? So they would be just spamming that shit on cooldown, and they'd be just shadowboxing doing that shit. That's fucking massive. And that's a W. Don't get me wrong, that's a W. You should not be able to just be shadowboxing and healing that much. I still think as a bruiser, though, I think it might be too much. I would have nerfed the amount it healed and made it so they have to hit a target, because I think it's important for bruisers to be able to be in a fight. Well, I'm not looking at Awakening here. Was it Ferocious Assault? Yeah, 600 HP every 6 seconds. And all you have to do is 600 HP when using the skill, which means you don't have to attack anybody. And that's the ability where they're jumping at you, right? They're doing that shit all the fucking time. The other one was the Flow Bite Off. This is the, I keep wanting to say WC, but it's WF on Awakening. On Suck, it's WC. Like, this is another ability that they just had to use, right? I think classes that are healing just by shadowboxing, fucking obnoxious. Get that shadowboxing shit out of here, right? Make it so they actually have to hit something. Remember when we talked about Musassin? Not really. Yeah. The thing about that too, New, right, is like when you're fighting a striker and he just stands up from your combo and now he's like this ultra protected class that's just fucking massively healing while he's running from you and not hitting anything. By time you catch him again, by time your grab is ready, assuming you're a class that has a grab, he's already back to full health. It's like, what the fuck am I fighting? Even if I do catch this loser, I can't one combo him and he just stands up and shadow boxes back to full health. It feels so fucking dumb, right? So at least if they had to hit you, it would be better. PA's direction into making a general class type like Assassin, Bruiser, etc. helps standardize the rock, paper, scissors theme. It's, it did feel like they were aiming for that with how they changed, like the class v class modifiers. I do wonder that if that is their goal, and if they do accomplish it where they kind of put everybody in an appropriate lane, if maybe they will then add like something like that to Solaire, where it'll try to make teams so everybody has like, you don't end up with fucking 3 tanks on one team or something, right? Wait. PA buffs Striker again? There's no way he thinks that Striker just got buffed. Is that brand new? Is that from today, Dragor? Striker is definitely nerfed. That is definitely a nerf on Striker. Yeah, and that's the big thing, is the out of combat part, right? Using that one ability every 6 seconds and the other ability every 10 seconds and getting, you know, just this massive amount of HP on a class that typically you can't one combo, right? Right? You can't one combo them. So you catch them, even if you do catch them, which is already fucking something extremely difficult to do. Even if you do catch them, you can't one combo them. They stand up, they shadow box back to full health. So you have like what? A 30-second window, a 15-second window to try to quickly catch them again? Or they're back to full health and you're back to square one. Oh yeah, and he'll still be a menace for sure. Yeah, because he's still tanky, right? But at least now, if you catch him once and can't one combo him, he can't just sit there confidently over the next 30 seconds getting almost all of his HP back. Between his HP pots and his out of combat recovery, he's not just right filling back up real fucking fast. Which is a W. That's a huge change. That's really good. The thing is, right, is when Striker recovers so quickly like that, you now feel obligated to try to go full glass, because you know if you can't one combo them, they're going to stand up and always recover back to full health before, most likely before you can catch them a second time. So it creates this environment where you feel obligated to go full glass. And as soon as you go full glass, they will trade you down, right? Because you sacrifice significantly more defense going full glass than they sacrifice offense by going like a hybrid build. But they force you into that if you want to kill them. So with them not having that recovery now, you won't feel like you're forced to go full glass. Because you know that if you can, even though you can't one combo them, they will still have difficulty recovering it back. Yeah. Well, just the one ability alone, right? The I can't remember the name. It's 600 HP every 6 seconds, so that's 100 HP a second right there, right? Yeah, I know that's both. I'm just saying that one ability itself. The other ability is like 300 HP every 10 seconds. Which, yeah, obviously is going to make up the rest. I can't remember how much the other abilities healed. I think they're less consequential. But yeah, I mean, I don't think people should be shadowboxing and getting HP back. I think that's silly. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they removed all the shadow boxing shit. I mean, he'll still do it to stay protected, but he's not going to be getting HP back at the same time, right? There's no way Battlecry actually came out stronger. Yeah. The thing is Battlecry has to hit you in order for them to get HP back. And you're not standing in there, unless you get stunned by the first tick of Battlecry, you're not standing in the full Battlecry, right? Yeah. Oh, it's a massive difference. It's a massive difference when you have to shadowbox versus not. Shadowbox versus not. Like I said, I would have been super happy with the changes if they just made it so those abilities had to hit a target, right? Obviously, you couldn't have it 600 per hit, so you'd have to nerf the amount, but just make it so you have to hit a target and drop it down to like 200, right? That still would be a huge W. What's the idea? 10 trills spend for? Who knows? Whatever they add, right? Being prepared. You'll find a lot of times in life, people will appear lucky, but luck, you'll find often, is the point where preparation and opportunity meet. Where if you're prepared and are lucky enough to be prepared when an opportunity arrives, you get to take advantage of it. There are a lot of times where an opportunity might be available to you, but you weren't prepared to take advantage of that opportunity, and you will feel unlucky because of it. Okay, what is going on my phone? Why is it blowing up? Okay, what the fuck? My daughters are spamming emojis at each other. I go, can you two stop, please? My one daughter says, okay. And the other one spams a bunch of fucking hearts. Holy, she's gonna be a fucking shit poster. Yeah. Yeah. I think one thing that's important to understand, and something that's making me a little bit more patient with Awakening Sage right now, is like a lot of the classes that I've been worried about because of the way they changed Awakened Sage, they've all been catching nerfs. And I think people have a difficult time taking a step back, right? They tunnel vision on just what's happening to their class and don't look at how the environment is changing. And I'm seeing a lot of meta classes getting some nerfs, which, you know, every time, if everybody else gets buffed and nothing happens to your class, that's an indirect nerf to you. If everybody else gets nerfed and nothing happens to your class, that's an indirect buff to you, right? So seeing a bunch of other classes that I consider problem classes getting nerfs makes me want to just kind of sit back and see how they continue cooking. So maybe by the time they're done and the dust settles, these changes won't feel so bad by the end of it. If all these assassins have to pay a lot more attention to their stamina the same way I do, then maybe it won't feel so bad in the end, right? Oh shit. Trying to do something on my other monitor. You look. Or on my other on my phone. Let's hope PA doesn't overshoot with buffs and nerfs. Well, they always will, right? They're not going to get every single buff or nerf perfect. As long as it feels like they're genuinely trying, I'm happy. You know, you hope it isn't your class that gets over nerfed. If you're rational, you hope it isn't your class that gets over buffed. Because usually if you get over buffed, it's going to follow by an over nerf, right? And that's usually the worst. Apparently Kuno is also losing some of its bullshit engages where you can't see it. So that helps a lot too, right? When you can actually see your opponent. Yeah. GM buffs BA5 if you didn't see. I did not. Yo, appreciate you. Let's see. BA5. Let's see. I should actually go upstairs and pull my chicken out. I have them sitting in a brine, but I'm going to be making them for dinner in a couple of hours, so I should probably pull them out now so the skin could start drying. So we could have nice crispy skin, not soggy skin. So maybe after I get this buff, I'll go quickly run upstairs and put them on a baking sheet on some paper towel and put them back in the fridge. Oh yeah, there's definitely buffs here. BA5 chat. Just waiting for them to load in. Who is it? Where's the GM? Wooed you. There we got our buff. I'll be right back.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Okay, I'm back. The fuck is that? The hell are you spamming as soon as I go AFK? Oh, that motherfucker is dead. Dead. Absolutely destroyed. I won that battle. But yeah, the chicken legs, pulled them out of the brine, dried them off, tossed them in a little bit of garlic salt and paprika, and then I'm going to just make a, I'm going to take my Sweet Baby Ray's and I'm going to mix like I'm going to take about maybe 2 cups of Sweet Baby Ray's and put in like a teaspoon of gochujang and mix it together, and I'm gonna just I'm gonna cook the chicken legs and I'm gonna finish them with that and make something else with it too. Haven't decided what I'm gonna make with it. I might just do like baked potatoes today. I'm gonna fire up the grill, have a beer, sit in the backyard with the fam. Dosa or Wukong? I don't know. I mean, Awaken Ash is a pretty good class. It's on the top of my list of classes that I enjoy. But for those 2 classes, those are 2 kind of very different classes. I don't know. I'd say just take advantage of the tag system and mess around with both of them. Take one out for a spin one day, and then the next day tag the other one and take it out for a spin and see what you think. No. Duck Dose is pretty solid. Awakened Dose is even better for grinding. God damn. You played a game of Sudoku, huh? Awakened Sage versus a flight of stairs. Who wins? It's tough to ask walk up a flight of stairs, so I'm assuming the stairs. Jesus. I feel like I've got a fair amount of those today. You know what I just realized? Aside from when I was going for Pry and Duo, I haven't had a single day where I got 2 armors. It's kind of crazy. Probably never will. Yeah, I mean, the likelihood keeps going down as the chances get higher and higher, right? Or lower and lower as the armors get higher and higher. Poor guy! Shut up! We tried not- okay, well, fuck y'all. So is Sage Stamina pretty bad for PvP? Oh, it's extremely bad for PvP, yeah. I mean, it's a class with almost no neutral, right? You have 1 super armor in the kit. So yeah, when you run out of stamina, if you're fighting a class that can easily get behind your forward guard, you lose. You're fighting on a timer. Sadly, I forget how much you suffer sometimes, sadly. Yeah. I appreciate you, Flo. At least you understand, unlike these other rats. Fucking Mr. Double Knob Armor out here running his mouth. Here's how you save your streak. Save my streak? What do you mean by save it? If I wanted to save the streak, then I keep going as I am. I mean, if I don't hit my, if I don't hit Hex gloves this week, then I've officially pitied 3 Hex pieces in a row. Well, I guess technically not in a row, but 3 Hexes. All I need to do is get lucky with Nov and Deck, and I could bounce back so fast. All I need to do. Get some nice Nov and Deck one taps, bounce back so fast at the Deck level. It looks so good with all those decks on you. Why do I get the feeling you're saying deck with an accent? Where the E sounds a little more like an I. Unless we can catch up to you. Yeah, just you wait. They're going to release a whole new set of accessories that's like the equivalent of a sovereign weapon on every slot, and there's going to be no time gate. Just you guys wait. The Johnny 2 will time gate as well. Oh. Well, the thing is, I said outright, time gates are bad for Pearl Abyss's revenue. There's a lot of whales right now that have no reason to swipe. They can do all their weekly clicks just based off of doing their bosses and keeping their rod in the water. If you take a look at their quarterly earnings, it's reflecting that. Now, correlation doesn't equal causation, but considering the player base is doing well compared to previous quarters, I don't understand how their revenue could be dropping, so I think there is a good argument that these time gates are negatively affecting their income. How they have a losing quarter when they have Crimson Desert on out? Because we're talking about Black Desert, we're not talking about Crimson Desert. Obviously, Pearl Abyss has made a ton of money this quarter off Crimson Desert, but Black Desert is down in revenue. Despite being, you know, in one of its best quarters ever. Well, you would see that through population, right? There's always been something else for people to fuck around in, whether it's Crimson Desert, whether it's other MMOs releasing, whether it's Lost Ark coming out, or New World. Like, there's quarters where you do see an impact on the population of the game, and you would expect to see a drop in revenue that quarter. And this quarter is different than those quarters. The population is higher than those quarters, despite being lower revenue. Make that make sense. That's still irrelevant. Right? It's all about the relativity of people who are playing the game and online versus how much they're spending. And the amount the average person is spending is down. That's the thing that I'm pointing out, right? Is it makes sense if revenue goes down because there's less people playing because they're doing other things. But if revenue is going down despite the population being up, what the fuck's going on there? I mean, that's more reasonable. That's the more reasonable argument what Dragor just made, which is kind of weird. Is, you know, everybody's feeling the pinch, especially at the pump right now, right? And usually whatever gas prices go up, the price of everything else goes up, right? The cost of living just goes up. So that's a much more reasonable argument to say, hey, well, the cost of living is going up in the world right now, so people are less willing to spend money. But even then, right, you would typically see, like, maybe the population goes up, but the revenue stays the same, which would imply people still spending less, but the increase in population helping compensate for that. Don't say that's weird. It is weird, because normally you're just fucking trolling, trying to rage bait. But that's actually a reasonable justification. Don't pretend like that's not true. I would never. Yeah, I bet you wouldn't. But yeah, there's no reason, right? Why would a whale swipe? If they can make enough silver just by fishing and doing like 2 hours of their weekly bosses, and that's enough to sustain their clicks on their armors, they have no reason to swipe anymore, right? The only way time gates don't continue to affect them negatively like this is if they start adding so many different time gates that individually you can't speed run like a specific piece of gear, but collectively you can't make enough money to keep up with all the different time gates, right? Then whales could swipe to try to make sure they they keep up with all the different time gates. But we're not at that point yet. And unfortunately, I think that's the more likely thing that they aim for, is everything ends up time gated. It becomes difficult to keep up with all the time gates, but you can't just speed run one because of the time gate. Time gates become a chore. They do. They do make the game feel like a chore. And they give you a terrible feeling of FOMO, right? They make it so, like, if everything becomes time gated, it now becomes this weird situation where you're like, I want to take a break from the game, but if I take a break from the game, I'm going to fall behind, and I won't be able to catch up because I'll be limited in my speed, right? And it creates that environment where now you feel like you don't even want to take a break from the game because you're like, fuck. If I just won't be able to catch up when I get back. One thing you will find in common is everybody eventually ends up hating time gates. People typically love it at first when it feels like it's only slowing other people down so they can catch up to those other people, but eventually everybody hits the time gate. And everybody realizes how much it makes the game feel like a chore, how much it makes it feel like an obligation. If everything is time gated, it will make the new player experience impossible. Yeah. Not necessarily impossible. I mean, the new player experience, I think, should put emphasis on having fun, but it does create a situation where they eventually hit the wall of the time gate and, you know, maybe they are a player that can play a lot, but they have no agency over their own progression, right? They're just at the mercy of RNG. And I think removing the agency from players is not a good... not a good path. I think players should be, because people are going to get lucky and people are going to get unlucky, right? And when people get unlucky, it's nice to at least be able to tell yourself, hey, I'm going to just grind a little bit harder to try to make up for the bad luck, right? But if it's only time gated, there is no agency. You're just fully at the mercy of luck. When time gates go beyond about a month or two and start being measured in 50 or 100 weeks to finish, it's fucking lame. There's definitely, I feel like, how do I word this? I think it's a really good idea to have weekly quests to help boost casual players, right? To give them a good baseline of progression. Let's go to the other extreme, right? Let's pretend there is no weeklies, but you have to grind approximately 20 hours for every click you want to do on your armors. For a casual player that only gets to play maybe like 1 or 2 hours every other day, that could take them like 3 weeks just to do 1 click on their armors, right? That's fucking miserable too. That completely ruins the casual experience. So I think having weeklies to set a nice baseline of progression for casual players, to give them like a boost every week, I think is very, very good. I think it needs to be a combination of the two systems. It should be 20 hours of additional tap. Yeah, and I'd be good with that, right? I ran the math on it. Bastic. If you took all the hours I've grinded, divided them by 20, like since Adonio came out, divided it by 20, and then took all those stones, assuming I went average on all those clicks, I would be at approximately, I think at the time it was two levels higher. And now it would probably be 3. Like, I'd probably have my 3rd oct. Assuming I went average. And I've been going below average on fucking everything. I've been having bad luck. Is it really that big of a deal if my armors... If one of my armors was oct instead of sitting at 2 pens still? No, right? Obviously not. But it dramatically improves the feel, the experience for me, because it makes me feel like I have more agency over the bad luck I've been having, right? I have the exact same arm as you, but I reached Cappers about 3 weeks ago. I have yet to find somebody with worse luck than me. Most people who have similar armors to me are, yeah, the same boat as you. Would I play BDO Classic? No. And the thing is, it doesn't bother me that there's people out there who play the game a fraction the amount of me and are at the same armors. Good for you guys. If you're getting lucky, fantastic. The thing that annoys me is I just don't have any agency over it, right? I don't have... It doesn't matter how well, how much, or what I do in the game. There's nothing I could do about it. It doesn't bother you that there are people that play 1/18th as you, but they Pinoy. Pilots are significantly less common than it used to be. Does bad behavior diminish the game? For sure. But it is not as blatant as it used to be. They punish people all the time. Would I rather an environment where nobody does that? Sure. Of course I do, right? You gotta re-up your loot scroll? Yeah, I appreciate you. Are you talking about that Haxor guy? Indeedly-doo. Yo, what's up, Landers? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched that guy's stream, but yeah, it's clear that he viewbots on Twitch. It's even more blatantly obvious than other people that, you know, people are hot on their ass about, right? Now, is he piloting? I don't know. The only thing I could say is report him, right? If you play on the same region as him, just report him. If it's very blatantly obvious on his live stream that he's doing it, the CM or GM team will look into it. We saw a situation, a famous incident from back in the past was a streamer named Hunter Juju. She was a streamer and would play BDO. And Lost Ark, when Lost Ark first actually came out in North America, she was playing Lost Ark on stream, but she was grinding in game, and people were like, what the hell? So legit, people reported her. The GMs would obviously tune into her stream, see that she's playing a different game, teleport to her in game, see that she's still grinding in game, and then they would look at the, you know, where she's logging in from, and they're like, okay, well, somehow she managed to teleport to a completely different region, and she's still playing the game while playing another game. And she ended up getting banned, right? So, like, if this is blatantly happening on stream, report it. Definitely report it. Make sure you include the Twitch stream, and the GM team can investigate it. What does piloting mean? Piloting means like what you would think it would mean. Someone else is, you know, taking the wheel. Right? Yeah. Yeah, she ended up getting permanently banned. It was funny too because she thought she got away with it. They originally suspended it, I guess during the investigation, right? They suspended her account so she couldn't log on it anymore. And then just before maintenance, the suspension came up because I guess it was like a 72-hour suspension. So she ended up having like 4 hours before the servers went down for maintenance, and she thought she was scot-free. And then that next day, she went to log in after maintenance, and she couldn't log in. And then there was the notice, you know, so-and-so, you know, all these people were banned for this, and, you know, it shows the last few characters of the name, and people knew it was, you know, it was her. But yeah, if it's blatantly obvious, definitely just report the person. Then let the GMs do their work. Can I see your PvE add-ons? Yeah, 1 sec. Why didn't you report the people in Snake and Cho then? In Snake, who says I didn't? In Cho, I did not see. At the point I was in Cho, piloting was significantly down. I did not see anybody, and I'm not going to sit there and go and fucking investigate people on your behalf, right? But who's to say I didn't report people while in Snake? The nice thing is, once Pearl Abyss took over publishing for North America, Pearl Abyss wasn't complacent the way Kakao was. And the unfortunate thing about Kakao is you could legit be streaming a speed hacker, teleporting around, spamming the same ability that's supposed to have a cooldown, one-shotting everything, and clearing a whole fucking like 3 different rotations. You could have a Kakao CM or GM in your stream watching this happen with their own eyes, and they wouldn't do shit about it. Where Pearl Abyss, the nice thing, like, we actually had this conversation just, maybe it was yesterday or the day before. People are like, Pearl Abyss doesn't do ban waves anymore. It's like, that's because they don't need to. If you actually go take a look at the forums, they're banning people every week or every other week. It's not like Kakao where we wouldn't see a fucking single ban over the course of a year or years. If you're constantly on top of it, you don't need to do ban waves. And that's a large reason why piloting is significantly less popular or prevalent than it used to be, right? Is because now there's the fear of getting caught because they're catching people all the time. Are they catching everybody? No, obviously not. Would we like them to catch everybody? Sure, absolutely, right? But as long as they're constantly doing it, that puts the fear into people of being caught and losing their investment, right? Their money that they've dumped into the game, their time they've dumped into the game. That will, if people see that they are constantly banning people, it will act as a deterrence. But generally, BDO is the least cheater-infested game. Unfortunately, piloting is a byproduct of the really good restricted economy they have in BDO, right? The reason why piloting is so much more popular in BDO than in a lot of other MMOs is because you can't directly trade silver and items. In games that you can directly trade silver and items, what ends up happening is you end up with a bunch of bots, right? You have bot farms that farm currency and then sell it to players. But because you can't do that, now you have to get on the account and sell the time, right? And that is obviously, it makes it a bit more difficult and a bit more risky, but obviously people will always do whatever they can to try to bypass systems. But yeah, piloting being as popular in BDO is actually a byproduct of how good, how tight of a grip they keep on the economy. Pearl Abyss kind of made gear useless though, so people don't Pinoy as much now. That's also part of it too. So come on, that's definitely part of it, right? a lot of like uncapped content, most people just really dislike it. Almost anybody who's geared enough to do uncapped content will tell you it feels like complete dog shit. So most of the enjoyable content is the capped content. And yeah, for the capped content, you don't need gear for it. It's so easy to hit the caps. So there's definitely, yeah, less reason for it to be happening as well. It's because of the running rocks. Nobody enjoys them capped. That's one of the primary reasons for sure. Yeah. I think gear should matter though, but I don't think it should matter so much that but it shouldn't matter in PvP, but not to the point where a person can solo or can't be killed. I do agree. I do think gear should matter. I mean, that's the whole purpose of an MMO, right? The whole thing that differentiates an MMO from other genres of games is having forward progression, right? Having persistent forward progression. Otherwise, like, what's even the point? Now, how impactful that progression should be, I think you kind of said it a little too generally. Like, what does that mean, right? Not to the point where a person can solo. I'm assuming you mean like solo a bunch of people or can't be killed. Well, I think you got to add like a qualifier into there. Like, what does that mean? That like, if a veteran player like me can go and 1v20 a bunch of new people that just graduated seasons, that shouldn't be allowed? I mean, I think there needs to be a threshold to it, right? Definitely should be to the point where a person can't just wipe $100,000 and be a god and 1v20 a bunch of people who, you know, invest dozens of hours every week. That I agree. But there has to be a threshold for it too, right? Obviously, at least in any uncapped content, you can't say, well, somebody fresh to the game should be immediately allowed to compete. It's like, well, what's the point of uncapped content then, right? I think it's extremely important to have multiple types of content. I think having capped content is extremely important for the game, because you just imagine a world where you only had capped content, right? Or sorry, uncapped content. You then end up with this environment where new players never get to experience any of the PvP other than just getting fucking farmed by gear lords. And they have to play for what, a year or at least multiple months before they can even start becoming remotely competitive? No, that's a great way to kill your game and really ruin new player acquisition rates, right? And the reverse is true too, right? It's like, what happens if they make it so everything is capped? Well, now all the progression feels meaningless, right? It feels like there's no real reason to go out and actually play the game and work harder, because it doesn't do anything for any of the environments, especially like right now in PvE. Like, this is probably one of the weirdest environments we're in, where like you just feel like you hit a threshold at a grind spot and you can't grind there any faster now, right? The only thing you could do is either move to a different spot or change classes. As long as we don't get the full evasion meme meta again, it's okay. Hated not being able to hit someone but still dying instantly. The thing is about the evasion meta, and there's two things that made that problem the way it was one, true damage on elixirs was a massive contributor to your overall damage, because everybody's abilities hit so many times that thing about evasion or that true damage is your ability needed to connect with the target for the true damage to be applied. So the thing about DR is all the hits hit So the true damage always applied. All of the true damage applied. Where against an evasion target, a lot of the abilities would miss. So now only part of that true damage is being applied. So that made it really, really asymmetrically in favor of evasion, right? Now that is something that they have remedied. Now evasion doesn't make you avoid the full hit. So the true damage is always being applied for every hit of the attack on both DR and evasion. That has helped tremendously. But another thing that contributed to why evasion felt so strong back then was the fact that in order to counter evasion, and there was a counter, you had to build accuracy. But the problem with building accuracy was you now had to invest hundreds of billions of silver into a significantly less optimal PvE setup, right? You had to basically stifle your own PvE progression in order to counter evasion. So it made it feel real bad to work on accuracy to counter evasion because it made you grind slower. I think that's something they did well with the crystals, right? Is the crystals, in terms of the accuracy and evasion crystals, they counter each other quite nicely. Even if you went full accuracy, it just put you on their level. It wasn't even a hard counter. And I don't think it should have been a hard counter. It should have put you on their level, right? If they run evasion and you run accuracy, they cancel each other out, right? That's how it's supposed to work. That's the problem with DR right now, is you have these DR crystals giving a fuckload of DR, and you can't match the amount of AP through crystals. That's why DR feels so miserable right now.
Here we go.
Thanks for the great choice of music. Less than 3.
Yo, what is up? Thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it. I figured it intended to be rock, paper, scissors, giving full AP basically nothing to full evasion. That's how the system was originally intended. Yes, it was rock, paper, scissors, but with a fourth, right? It was a circular system where you had, right? You had DR countered accuracy. Accuracy countered evasion. Evasion countered AP builds. And AP builds countered DR, right? It was a circular system. The problem is that if you build this, it made you weaker at PvE, right? So most people didn't build that. So it let this be strong because there just wasn't a lot of people doing this. Again, back to your rock, paper, scissors analogy. Some analogies are just good because everybody understands it, right? Well, the thing is, for the evasion builds to work, they actually needed to invest more. In order to actually have good AP while running those evasion builds, if you wanted to run an evasion build with like an evasion offhand, you needed to have Pendebos. And at that time, a Pendebo was worth way more than a single pen accuracy accessory. People think, they will constantly look at, oh, well, Centaur and Sissel was so cheap. Well, the only way you could get away with running those and your evasion offhand was if you had Pendebos in the other slot. But people didn't want to take into consideration the true value of Pendebos at that time. It was parity in terms of silver investment. Did you see the new Cyclops trailer for Marvel Rivals? I did not know. I don't watch Marvel Rivals. I have no interest in that game. But yeah, it was still a ton of silver investment that didn't do anything to progress your account PvE wise. And everybody spends most of their time PvEing, right? So yeah, it feels shitty to have to invest that much money into side gear and stifle your, actually slow down your progression. Want to show me a clip? Yeah, trust me, the clip wouldn't go hard for me. I have no interest in that game. But yeah, like if you take a look at the accuracy and evasion counterparts right now, for example, right? In terms of crystals, right? You get 84 accuracy for this crystal, but you get 84 evasion for that crystal. So, you know, they basically cancel each other out in terms of accuracy and evasion, but one person has to give up 60 AP where the other has to give up 14, which I think is perfectly fine, right? I think you could maybe say that that should be a little bit less, but the main point is take a look at the AP DR counterpart. You get 27 DR versus this only getting 7 AP. There's a 20 DR difference between the two, right? This 7 AP cancels out 7 of that DR. So they're still up 20 DR. Now, some people might say, well, then give the AP crystals more AP to match it. But the problem with that is the ranged classes and the heavy iframe classes will go crazy, right? They'll just start just fucking sneezing on each other and killing them while being able to kill the people stacking the DR ones. I think it's the DR crystals that need to come down, not the AP crystals going up. Even capping those crystals doesn't help. Also, PvE would kind of break. If you gave everybody that much more AP, yeah. I like the fact you use kind of, because there is heavy AP caps, so it would make people progress a lot faster based on where their armor is at, and it would create some weird situations where newer players have so much more AP because of the crystals that they can grind high-end spots, but their armors aren't up to par, so they die easier. So it would kind of break it in that sense, that it would feel really weird for new players. I think it would help, but it wouldn't solve the issue. People would just find ways to bypass it, right? Guess what people would do? People would then equip 2 of those crystals and then run 2 Kadri rings. Now they have almost all the same DR. Sure, they're sacrificing more AP. That's why I don't think capping it helps. Just nerfing those crystals is better. Yeah, and if I said it wouldn't help, I misspoke. It obviously capping them would be better, but I don't think that it just shifts the problem. Well, they're still limited on 2 Kadris, right? And who knows what the next accessories are going to be. Maybe this whole conversation will be moot. There's a DR. I mean, there are necks that give some DR, but nothing even remotely close. I don't think there's actually a good DR necklace. There's most people I think use the river neck, I think it was. I can't even remember what that looked like.
And then, yeah, that's only 11 DR, right? That's 16 lower than the crystal. I can't remember if there's a higher neck than that. 11 DR is a lot more reasonable compared to a 7 AP crystal,
Shut
right?
up, bitch.
Sorry, making me talk over the music too much, pissing people off.
Emotional damage.
I somehow don't take his opinion serious anymore for no particular reason. Wait, what? Oh, somebody did a high pitch redeem. Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah. So let me correct that. If I did say it wouldn't help at all, I misspoke. Capping it at 2 certainly would help, but I think there's still a better way to do it. I think reducing the DR crystals would help more. I think would be better. I'll phrase it. Yeah, 100. You're right, Zanu. It's funny because the first guild league we had with these crystals, it was miserable. And then between that guild league and this guild league, they nerfed these crystals, and exactly what you said. People's armors got higher, so it ended up feeling exactly the same or worse, depending on how lucky people got with their armors. It felt like nothing even changed between then and the previous guild league. You should make the shut up cancel any other redeem. I can do that. Just remove the gold and below accessories and make spots drop essences of dawn. I'm trying to think of any reason for the gold accessories to even really exist anymore aside from Debos. I don't hate that idea. Yeah. But you could just let people use Essences of Dawn for lantern fuel, right? That'd be a very easy fix. Because that's like the only other reason to use it, yeah, and that's obviously easy to fix. If you no longer have yellow accessories to fuel it and you replace all the yellow accessories with essences, then just let people use essences to fuel your lantern. Kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, or alternatively, yeah, you could just make it use Debos to fuel up your lantern too. That would work as well. I think either of those two are perfectly fine options. I think they should make everyone restart but me so I can feel OP for once. Yeah, me too. Wouldn't that explode their price on the market? Which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I think one of the things that make Karazad feel so miserable is it's this path that feels better, but it's so much more expensive than the Debo path. You gotta think about it, right? The Debo path right now, because Debos are so cheap, it makes Karazad feel miserable because you know that you're spending more going the Karazad path. But it also makes the Debo path feel miserable for a new player, because for a new player coming to BDO, they don't want to be told that they have to grind for multiple weeks just to buy one pen Debo, and they have to wait on their progression. That doesn't feel good for new players to play that way. So I don't think necessarily pen Debos going up would be bad for the game. Especially if you found more ways to get essences to come down too, right? Because it would have both of those effects. If you had all of the places that drop yellow accessories drop essences, then essences would go up in supply and the price of essences would go down, right? And then if Debos were now used for fuel, then there would be a higher demand on Debos, causing Debos to come up. And that would kind of cause it to go from like Debos being the better way to maybe shifting or at least becoming more equal. So it feels like more of a choice instead of an obligation. I think those two things combined could actually really help the new player experience. It would make the Karazad path cheaper. Do you think most go for Karazad anyways? I think you're right, but not because Karazad is the better choice, because it's the choice that feels better. And once you start down that path, you feel trapped in it because there's no way to get your money back that you've invested into it. Right? I think there's a ton of people. I bet if we did a poll in chat, people who are going the Karazad path now, that if you ask them if they were able to change their mind and start over again, what they would do, I think more often than not, they will tell you they wish they went Debo path instead. But yeah, Karazad feels better for the new player because you got little upgrades to work on more frequently. But yeah, once you go down that path, there's no way to get your money back from the Karazad. And if you pivot, you're basically taking everything you dumped into your Karazad and throwing it in the trash. Yeah. And that seems like an easy solution. I don't understand why they haven't done that. Just make it so you can melt down Karazad or go to an NPC. Maybe don't make it so you can melt it down because I think people would accidentally melt it down. But have like an NPC you can go to and you can exchange it for a certain amount of essences depending on the enhancement level. So at least if you do decide to pivot to the Debo route, you can get some of your investment back. I don't think they'll go towards making Karazad sellable. Because what ends up happening with that environment is, yes, if Karazad start flooding the market, they go down in price and people just buy them. Well, what happens if people can buy their accessories off the market? They no longer need to use crons to enhance. They can now just buy the accessory. A whale will, you know, well, I think they want they want that dependency on crons. But the thing is, then they can swipe for less, right? If the market becomes flooded with Karazads because people are selling. Take a look at Goderai, for example, right? I think Goderai is kind of a good example. It was an item that was made cheaper and more accessible with more steps, but was sellable on the market. And it seemed like a good path for a while, but eventually just so many of them just started sitting on the market because there was no way to convert them into anything usable. It was either pen or nothing, right? And we just ended up with how many Goderais sitting on the market at Tet? You would see the exact same thing with every other enhancement level of Karazad except for Deck Karazad, right? Is Deck Karazad would have high value and everything else would have lower value because people wouldn't want to buy it to enhance it up. And they would just slowly accumulate in the market like crazy and have almost no value. I think it is much better. Yeah, maybe Nov too, because yeah, most people when they exchange a pen Debo, they do it to get the Nov. So yeah, Nov would sell too, Nov and Deck. But everything under that would slowly just continue to fill up in the market and crash in price. Because that path ended up being... And that's what the Karazad path is, right? Is it's cursed. That's exactly the same thing with Karazad. It ended up becoming a new player trap. Is people would convert their Tet Blackstar into a Goderai, and as soon as they did that, or enhanced it at all, they were now trapped into that progression because they couldn't sell it. Because nobody else wanted to progress that gear. They knew what a trap it was. That's why I think it would be better if you could just go to a vendor and exchange it for essences. if you did decide to pivot to buying a pen debo, just let people convert their hex or pen or set, whatever their Karazad is, let them convert it to essences. Yeah. What will probably end up happening is there'll probably be tiers for it, right? Where if you have a deck Karazad, you can convert it to like a try of whatever, or maybe a TED of the new accessory or pen. If you have an Oct, it'll be like a try. If you have a pen, it'll be like the equivalent of a pry or a duo. And there'll be like tiers of exchanging it to whatever the new accessory is. Where depending on where you're at in terms of your Karazad will give you a little bit of a head start on the next accessory. I think that is definitely the most likely thing that ends up happening. Or mats. Yeah, maybe. Not only could they do that, but then they could make debos turn into those mats as well, right? Where if you have enhanced debos, you can melt those down for multiple mats. Where if you have a debo, maybe it just gives one of those mats. I think that's a reasonable, like, potential outcome. Then debos are able to retain their value. I'd make Karazad like old boss gear with Kaffir levels, and instead of enhancing, you would just need 100 essences to go from try to tet, for example. I do wish that there was more emphasis on the item you needed to click instead of crons, right? Kind of like back in the day. Yeah, everything needed crons if you were cronning it, but you still had to go out and grind the base accessories, right? Where now it feels like it's just crons and only crons. So it would be cool that whatever they added, there was more emphasis on the other item as opposed to just crons. Yeah, I'm feeling good about the upcoming ball. I'm feeling optimistic. Oh, you're talking about guaranteed enhancement. I don't like that, Moxito. Myself, I don't even like pities. And I know this is a, maybe a very subjective opinion. But I think the variability actually makes things more exciting to go for. I actually think the game would be significantly more boring if there's a guaranteed path. I think we can already see the effects of this, that, like, none of the gear we're going for now feels anything like even going for like a pen Ogre did back in the day. I think you need that contrast, where sometimes you get unlucky, sometimes you get lucky. Yeah, no, I think pities are good. Like, once again, just because I think pities have made items feel less exciting to go for, I 100% think the pity system is good. I think that it's just a double-edged sword, right? I think, yeah, people going 100 clicks going for a Pendebo and still being nowhere closer to finishing is fucking tragic and is a good way to make somebody hate your game. So I think the pity system is really good for creating like a safety net for the worst cases of bad luck. But I think there's a fine line between pities being too high and no pities versus pities being too low, and it just feels like a shitty XP bar, right? I think Sovereign pities are too high, and I think Karazad pities are too low. I personally, and you know, you guys might disagree. I personally think there's a sweet spot in between. Oh, I 100% think that they should. I think reducing the pities on gear is a really good way to have a catch-up mechanic in your game, right? Like when they release Sovereign weapons, reducing the pities on Blackstar is perfect way to make it more accessible for newer players to get to Sovereign weapons, so they don't have to fucking grind up 100 billion silver on one weapon, right? Because it crashed the price of the weapons. I think when you add a new piece of gear, reducing the pities on the previous piece of gear is a really good way to add a catch-up mechanic to the for new players. And I think we're long overdue for them to do that with armors. I actually wish they did it at the previous ball, but I'll be extremely disappointed if they don't do it at this ball, because they absolutely need to reduce the pities on Fallen God armors now. 25% above the average? See, I don't think so. I think it should be way higher than that. I think triple the average. Not saying you're wrong, that's just my opinion. I think 25% above the average is fucking whatever. At that point, you might as well make it the same as the average. It doesn't feel like shit then. Maybe even double the average. Maybe double the average is a good, like, safety net. Alchemy stones are a pity at the average? Yeah. That's a consequence of them making the cost of clicks so goddamn low, though. So obnoxiously low. Yeah, triple does feel kind of bad with deck weapons, so I think double would be good. It makes it still feel exciting when you get lucky. It still makes you happy when you go average. If it's only 25%, then when you go average, it's gonna feel like whatever, right? Crazy to think that once upon a time, there were some people who got so unlucky with Pendebos that they spent 1 trillion silver back when we were grinding half the amount of money per hour or less. They spent 1 trillion silver and still didn't have it. Right? That's the consequence of no pities. So I think in general, pities are good. It's shit like that shouldn't happen. My average is hitting pity. Wait, how does that math out? You gotta show me the math on that. Does that mean you pity everything? Because I'm pretty sure that's the only way that works. Scruffy Cat, are you Awakened Meiwa? Awakened Kuno. No. I want to say first time, huh? But I don't think. Yeah, it feels miserable when they overbuff, and then they over nerf, and you end up worse than before. I mean, I think Awakened Kuno is still or Kuno in general is still way better than it used to be back in the day, back when Frosty still played it. Awakened Kuno definitely needed nerfs. I don't want to pretend like I know what are the right nerfs and what are the wrong nerfs, though. I don't know enough about the class to feel like I know what the prescription is for it. I'm all I can say though is I wish my nerfs more reflected what your nerfs were. But I don't want it to feel like it's a pissing contest of who got nerfed more. I think the reality is I think we all wish that they just would stop over buffing classes. Because then we wouldn't need to have these fucking knee-jerk feelings where it feels like, you know, they give too much and then they gotta pull the rug out from under us, right? Fucking blows. It sucks, that feeling. And it happens because they overbuff so often. About the same? I don't know about that. Maybe it's a product of either me not understanding Kuno enough or you not understanding Sage enough, but based off what I've read there, I don't feel confident agreeing with what you're saying. I think that's the biggest thing, right, Moxito, is these other classes still have neutral. We fucking don't. We have one 10-second super armor. Everything else is S blocking because none of our other 4 guards are worth sitting in. Within the context of all the changes they're doing, though, if they give us a little bit of neutral back, then I think Awakening Sage will feel good. I still think that they should nerf the fully protected movement damage and move that damage to more static abilities. When you're doing fully protected movement, you should not be hitting that hard. Especially when the movement is so fast that a lot of it is getting back attacks. I might need to get going here. I can't remember when my wife is done, whether it's 5:30 or 6. But I want to try to time it so we're just going out in the backyard getting ready to grill when she gets home so she can come out and we can both grab a drink and sit. I just don't get what they do. Oh, this class is doing too much damage, so we're going to take away 3 super armors. Remove a stammer gen skill. Move this protection to a core. Increase all the cooldowns by 2 seconds and cut the damage in half. That should do it. Yeah. The thing for me, Scruffy Cat, is you have a class like Awakened Sage, which was doing decent before they made it overpowered. The only thing we wanted was a couple little bug fixes and a little bit better stamina. And what they did was they, for some reason, looked at abilities that were already good abilities and made them better. What happens when you take a good ability and buff it? It becomes overpowered, right? So for one, I don't know why they would go that road. Like, if you're trying to buff a class, what I would prefer them to do is to look at a class and instead of buff the abilities that class does all the time, why not look at the abilities that class ignores? Why not just try to improve those so it feels like it has a more versatile kit? If you want to buff it, right? A more rounded kit. Secondly, if you do buff a class and you realize that you overbuffed it, why not go look at the previous buffs you did to the class? Say, hey, we buffed ability A, B, and C, and now it's overpowered. Maybe we need to go back and nerf A, B, and C. But instead, they left, in the case of Sage, they left A, B, and C the same, the abilities that made it overpowered, and now they're cutting out the rest of the kit. It's like, well, what the fuck? It just feels like nonsense. But, yeah, I mean, they're nerfing stamina across the board. That's very obvious when you take a look at, like, the past 3 months of changes. Tons of classes are getting stamina gutted. So maybe the Awakened Sage stam changes in general won't feel so bad by the time they're done. I do feel like, though, we do need a little bit more neutral added back to our kit. Having one 10-second super armor is crazy. Or one super armor on a 10-second cooldown is crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, there's lots of classes that had stamina issues, but they at least had neutrals. Sure, their movement would stop and they'd have to sit there and shadow box a bit to keep themselves protected. You know, they would have to rotate some forward guards in with good positioning. If they didn't do it, they'd get fucked. That's a good thing, right? That's healthy for the game. But leaving a class with no neutral is... There needs to be trade-offs, right? If your class is strong in one area, it needs to be weak in another. And I think a lot of sages would agree removing our neutral is a trade-off. Removing stamina is a trade-off. But I think we would rather have, instead of having godlike damage and having these two fucking absolute crippling, or at least like playstyle destroying changes, we would rather lose the ungodly damage and actually at least be able to breathe a bit. The fuck is this stupid shit we're listening to? Shut up, Dragor. The fuck? Do you not have any super armors in your main hand kit? Because that's the thing about Awakening Sages. We don't even have shit in our main hand kit. We have one thing, but we have to walk ourselves into a crazy long forward guard first before we can do the super armor, which makes it completely unfeasible. You're actually better off just S-blocking and not using that shit. Does it only work with Spotify? It does, yeah. 1 second. Let me take a little peek here. I want to take a peek at the Kuno's main hand skills. This is super armor during the skill. Unfortunately, this doesn't show me where the gaps are. That's forward guard into super armor. Super armor. Super armor and iframe. That is a long ass animation. Holy, that's a prime version though. Let's see the absolutes. We're talking Awakened Kuno. Even that. That's a long ass animation. That's a lot of time to get stand back. I don't know if that's a stam lock ability. I wish it would actually show on the abilities. I wish there was text to say no stamina recovery during this ability. Or alternatively, right? If the ability did have stamina recovery, it says it. It uses stamina? No, it uses MP. Oh, you can't see. 1 second. My stupid camera. This says it uses MP. Are they changing that to use stam? Is that one of the abilities that are getting changed? 1 second, let me pull up the notes. It looks like none of the main hand got affected, only Awakening. No recovery, so it's a stam lock. Yeah, I wish there was text to show if something was stam locked or not. Super armor at the start, so you're not really lingering in that. This is super armor. MP cost. I'm assuming that locks stamina too, because that has movement attached to it. No the reason to look at the primes, because we're talking Awaken. Let's grab. I wish I could also see the protection indicators on screen here in the demo as well. Yeah, it's hard to say because, yeah, a lot of these have movement. Even though there's super armor, they have movement. This is super armor during the skill, so which means it's probably super armor on the movement part, but probably unprotected on the attack, right? That's usually what that means. Where if the whole thing's protected, then it just says super armor, not super armor on skill. And this is forward guard, which means the movement, it's forward guard, and then I guess when the arms are in the air, when he's doing that's probably forward guard, and then the strike through is the super armor. This is just going to be full super armor. Maybe a gap at the beginning or end, but can't tell. Yeah. That's all forward guard. I mean, I guess I could just hop over to my Kuno and see which of those abilities are. Can't remember which one's my Kuno. Where's that big chakra? Or chakram? I'm going to get going right after this too, by the way. I'm pretty sure my wife's done in 5 minutes. So I'm going to go start preparing dinner. So as soon as she gets home, her and I could go sit out in the backyard and have a drink together. Okay, good. I do have weapons on her. Okay, let's see. So... Absolute Crescent Slash isn't super armor. Okay. And then there's this one. This one. Oh, that's the grab. Okay, let's see. So Shadow Stomp SE, yeah, that's the one that's yeah, that's exactly as I described it. So super risky for neutral because you know assassins are really gonna get behind 4 guards. Still fair though, right? An ability like that is decent. Oh, we're testing the stamina. I completely forgot, right? Shit, what do I have to burn stamina quickly? Is there anything I could spam to kind of keep my stam down? Oh, that gives stam back throughout that ability. So that's a little bit of neutral. It requires positioning to make sure your forward guard doesn't get abused, but it's got a little bit of neutral in it. I think abilities like that are good. Next one is Flash Slash. So Shift E. Super Armor into Iframe. Yeah, this was that long animation. So let's see if this burns stamina. I'm trying to burn my stam. There we go. Okay, what was it? What was it again? Shift E? Oh, that is insane neutral. That was fully protected too. I wish I had something like that. Holy fuck. Okay, but that's one ability on a 15-second cooldown. So that's pretty long. That's a pretty long cooldown. You don't get to use that very often. You might not even use that for neutral too, right? Like that might be an ability you're using to catch all the time, so you might not have it available for neutral. Shift F. Yeah, this one is just going to be super armor while you're doing that first little thing and then unprotected. Yeah. So I wish I would remember the filters. Tendencycer, WQ, super armor. It's like a pretty... I imagine this will lock your stamina. Shit, what was it again? Shift Q, right? Oh my god, wait, what? Oh, WQ? Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Uses... Did he use stam too, or did it just lock it? Yeah, anyways, locks your stam, like he said. Either way. What the hell was Shift Q that I hit? Oh, I probably didn't see it because the iframe, right? I guess I should have filtered by that too. Longer cooldown though too. I mean, you have a little bit more tools for getting stamina back than Awakening Sage, but definitely on the lower end. Yeah, WQ definitely does. Like, that's locking stamina and stuff. You're not using that in neutral. But, like, yeah, the Shift Q. What was the other one I saw? Oh, what do you have for bombs? Iframe at the start. Iframe at the start. Maybe this? I don't know how often this is used. That's also a longer cooldown. Oh, that's pretty short. Does that have a gap at the end too? I kind of reacted slowly there. Shit, it's a long cooldown. Oh, there's a little gap too, or there, right? At the end, at least into the dash. Maybe there's other ways. Super armor during the skill, which means it's probably unprotected on attack. LMB during Nujutsu Sinew Cut, Assassin's Trail, or Heart Snatch. Wish somebody would snatch my heart. Guess my wife did, actually. Is she a Kuno? The fuck? Where's Heart Snatch? Snatch. Where is it? Is it an awakened ability? Oh! Ah, it's that. Okay, it's Rabam into Rabam. So Shift Z into LMB. Okay. Oh, that's really small protection too. Yeah, it seems like the Shift E and Shift Q are really good for your neutral, but outside of that, you really don't have much, eh? Those are both pretty long cooldowns too, so... Yeah, Awakened Kuno is definitely... It feels like they're gonna feel it. You don't want to use it for stam recovery? No. No. That's definitely an ability that you're going to be using for other reasons, and... I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have people have to do, like, decision-making on, okay, do I want to use this offensively or defensively? Because if I use it either way, I can't use it the other way for 20 seconds, right? I think that's, in general, a good thing. As long as it's not your only tool for that thing. For one of those things, too, right? Man, my beard feels nice today. There's also the option to use stealth. How do you go in stealth? Concealment, right? Space after smoke screen. Oh, do you gotta quick slot it? Oh, I got a space. Oops. Yeah. And that was something, Scruffy, I was saying about Awakened Ninja changes that made that class a lot easier, right? Awakened Ninja was known as like one of the hardest classes, if not the hardest class in the past, because it didn't have a lot of lingers. So you had to immediately queue those abilities up. They were so fast abilities that you had to be on top of it, because if you had any brain lag, you were opening yourself up to a gap that people could punish, right? But as soon as they add those lingers, sure, in order to play optimally, you still have to play really fast. But now you have the ability to sit in that linger and gather your thoughts as you're going, right? And that's fucking massive when you have lingers. I think there are classes that have too many lingers and some that, you know, they don't have any. I mean, I think it should be a balance depending on the speed of the abilities and stuff. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, this. Ooh. Yeah, consume stam while you're walking. Can you sprint while in it? No. How long can you stay in this for? Okay. It's almost ready again too, eh? Yeah, like 15 out of the 20 seconds. So now you're go, inhaler break, go. Yeah. And that's why, like, if you don't have neutral, and this is why I'm trying to understand Kuno, right, to see, like, how your complaints relate to what they did with Sage, is it's the same deal. Like, Awakening Sage, you have absolutely god-tier Thanos-level damage for 30 seconds, but once you're out of stamina, you're sitting there holding S-block. You have Rift Storm, and then after that, you have no SAs. You're legit holding S-block, and it feels miserable. It's like, why not nerf the problem? I don't know. It makes you wonder, what are they doing? Are they trying to cook something? If they're doing that with more classes, maybe that's going to be something that's going to become more common amongst assassins. Maybe they're trying to move all assassins toward that playstyle. Right? If they're trying to get everybody towards that, they obviously have more work to do. Bad assassins. Well, the thing is, right, is assassins are the ones that are the best at punishing the forward guards. So if you make it so the
assassins are a lot more stamina hungry, then it'll feel miserable until they get all the assassins dealt with. But once all the assassins are dealing with the same thing, those are the ones that are best at punishing forward guards. Where your bruisers aren't as good at punishing forward guards, right? Aside from a couple, cases. But like as an Awakening Sage, all the bruiser classes I don't worry about as much when it comes to my forward guards. I feel relatively safe
with my forward guards. It's the assassins that terrify me. Being, forced to S-block to keep myself protected. This Kuno outfit, though. Holy. God damn. I need to get this outfit for my wife. Okay. I need to get going, though, chat. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thanks for the good conversation. Thanks for teaching me a little bit about Kuno. Maybe I send you guys to Piggy today. I wonder what Pig's opinion is on the striker changes. Happy to educate? Shut up. The only fucking thing you educated me on was fucking whales. Shut up. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Speaking of whales, I'm going to send you guys over to Pig. Catch y'all later. Hope you have a great stream. We'll be back tomorrow.